Okay, we're going to get started here in a second. It looks like our clock in the room is perhaps a few minutes fast. I have 7 o'clock, so it's time to get started. And I will ask everybody who's still filing in to do your best to stay relatively quiet. And I will also ask the audience, because we have a full house tonight, to remember that every sound that comes from you is amplified to us up here. This room is designed in such a way that I can hear whispers from the very back row. So in order to have the best process, the best meeting possible, and to allow everybody an opportunity to be heard on the issues that they want to be heard on, let's all please try and be as polite as possible and keep the noise to a minimum. With that, Melissa, would you please conduct roll call?
Councilmember Lang?
Here.
Councilmember Meadows?
Here.
Councilmember Weinberg?
Here.
Vice Mayor Fleiger?
Here.
Mayor Daley?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight will be our newest council member, my colleague, Mr. Lang.
Please rise if you're able and join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So we did not have a closed session, and there is therefore nothing to report. I will ask my colleagues now if there are any changes to the order of the agenda that anybody would like to see. No? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on. Normally this is where we would have special items. We don't have any special items on the agenda tonight, but I would be remiss if I didn't make some remarks about the fires down in LA. Well wishes and feelings of solidarity are prolific, and they should be, but actions speak louder than words. And there are 3 things that we can do to make a difference right here and right now. So first and foremost, I want to caution everybody about disinformation and misinformation. I'll give you a perfect example. There was something going around on the internet today indicating that firefighters came from Oregon and were turned away at the border because their firefighting vehicles didn't have sufficient emissions controls. Not true. Absolute horsepucky. But that's the kind of thing that goes around on the internet. So I would encourage all of our residents to be very cautious about sharing or reposting or forwarding things of an uncertain origin. And I would encourage you to look at CAL FIRE or look at the county websites for the counties that are affected, or various other official sources for any information that you want to pass along. I hate to say it, but in an event like this, disinformation can kill. People will die as a result of bad information being shared. The second thing that we can all do is we can give smart. Unfortunately, the scammers come out of the woodwork when there's something like this that happens. And so I would encourage everybody who has a desire and a capacity to help to be very careful about what institution you work with to do that. Now, we have the Los Altos Mountain View Community Foundation that has established a fund to provide aid for the fires down there. That's a good example of a very reputable organization that I think we would all be comfortable working with. But do be careful. And then the third thing is that we have to learn some lessons. And we are going to need to have a series of engagements involving all the stakeholders, involving residents, involving fire and police and city leadership. And unfortunately, fire has been a part of my life for decades. Bad fires like this, and I can tell you from my own experience that there are definitely things that we can do as a community to prepare for when something like this happens here. And honestly, it's probably not if, it's probably when. And we can only hope that when it does happen, we are prepared and that we do mitigate the damage as much as possible. And here's what I want to say about how we can actually make a difference. I have a home that was nearly destroyed by the Dixie Fire a couple of years ago. We came together as a community, my community up there in the mountains where my vacation home is. We became a Firewise community. And what that means is that every resident took it upon themselves to eliminate ground fuel around their homes, to limb their trees and remove dead limbs so that they wouldn't fall and create ground fuel or land on people and things of that nature. And to make a long story short, that effort saved our community this summer when the park fire erupted, and it completely encircled our community, and every home was saved because of the heroic work of CAL FIRE and because of the work that the residents did. And so I can only hope that in addition to the well wishes and everything that we also actually take some action. And I'm going to take it upon myself to make sure that we do. So at the end of the meeting, we'll have a moment of silence for those that have been lost. But for now, we have other business that we have to take care of. So this is the time when we will have public comments for items that are not on the agenda. I see a full house. I'm expecting that we will have many of those comments. Madam Clerk, have we received speaker cards?
Yes, still coming. We have 15.
Are they predominantly pertaining to the parking challenges around the high school?
If they're marked that way, yes. Some are not indicating of what the topic is, but
Okay.
I'm going to guess yes. We have 16. Thank you, Mr. Stein.
Okay. I'm going to limit these comments to 1 minute each. Feel free to say, I agree with what the other people who have spoken said. You know, feel free to move quickly. Of course, if you have something that is more meaty that you want to get out, and if for some reason we run out of time, you can email council, you can talk to me directly, I will meet with you. But we would like to try and get this meeting done in the same day that we start. So we're going to limit to a minute apiece. Go ahead with the first speaker, please. So, yes, it is within our norms to cede time. Yes, there is a cap. The normal cap is 10 minutes, and now we're at 5.
It's 5.
Oh, we reduced
5
it to 5.
minutes. Yes.
Okay.
And you have
I
to
stand
tell
corrected.
the clerk your name, so then your card gets pulled out, so we don't
Right. So
roll dip.
the person who is ceding time will tell the clerk their name, and will give the name of the person to whom they are ceding time.
Yes. Yes.
Right? Okay. So, first speaker?
The first speaker is Michael Emmerich.
Yeah, it's 5 minutes.
Yeah. Can you pull them? One moment, Mr. Emmerich. We're just going to adjust the microphone for you. You can go ahead and start over if you would like.
I want to thank the city council for imposing the parking restrictions.
Mayor, I think the lectern button needs to be turned on.
Third time's a charm.
I want to thank the city council for imposing the parking restrictions in North Jordan. Our streets are now safer. Students don't have to weave in and out of parked cars or walk on our lawns. Drop-off is less chaotic. Cars can pass each other without pulling driveways to allow oncoming traffic to pass. Cars no longer back up 4 or 5 houses as as they approach Jarden. Pickup is better because the parents
Have now space on the streets to park while waiting for their students. Loitering by students at brunch and lunch is less now that smoking and vaping and trash is less. Students have found a better place to park. Parking on much of the wider streets such as Valencia and Alicia, south of side, parking that's it.
Thanks, Mike. I appreciate those comments. You can also email them if there was something that you missed that you want to say. Next speaker.
The next speaker, and I apologize if I get this wrong, Lori Sevchik. I'm sorry? Okay, Atosa Shafa is next.
So, oh, okay, so you'll have 3. Yes, thank you.
Hi, thank you. Shoot, I wish I had my timer. Hold on, before you start my timer, I'm gonna run my timer here too. Okay, now I can speak. So I wanted to speak about the parking situation, but representing parents. And the parking situation, so several topics. One is we find that the problem, the solution has actually aggravated the problem, not addressed it. By spreading the problem, all you've done is change the geography of it. You have not actually solved anything. So now the problem is further away and the other neighbors will be impacted. 2, we have the students that come from Los Altos Hills and students that come from Mountain View. Mountain View and Los Altos Hills, there are people who come so far down on the other side of Central or up the hill in Los Altos Hills, they cannot walk to school. They must drive. They have nowhere to park anymore, and parents are not, the pickup and drop-off has become more chaotic, not less, because there's more parents now dropping off. So we've changed the whole dynamic. The students who are able to drive themselves cannot drive themselves anymore. And people who are, the visitors don't have a solution for parents who want to attend a volunteer event or something. They don't have a solution. They have to park 15 minutes away, walking away, so that's made things harder for them. If there is an event at the school, forget that. Also, I heard from several of the parents on our parent chat that the neighbors woke up to this and some of them didn't know at all. And the problem is that now they find themselves with their own visitors not having anywhere to park. So if they stay overnight, in the morning they get ticketed, which is not very fun either. And the implementation is where I wanted to focus on. There was no communication. There is some sort of email going around saying that there was communication made to the school. We know that the school found out after the fact. They included some notice in some sort of newsletter to the parents right before the Christmas break. There was no notice posted on the streets. If there were parking signs, no one saw it. Parents can't see that when they don't drive the kids to school. We're talking about the kids who drive, obviously. And so now there's no, people complain about, I agree, littering and all that is terrible, but those can be addressed. And parking illegally, those can be addressed like anywhere else. Ticket them. You know, you don't need to take away all parking options in order to find a solution. So, a couple of comments that came up is, you know, this is such a poorly thought out approach, and this is my favorite comment, the city is working against its own and only high school. Like, you're not providing a solution. There is no solution that's been provided in this process. You have just basically said, we're taking away parking, good luck. And so hundreds of cars now have nowhere, or whatever the number is. The other thing was, in the implementation, was there a study done? What was the survey? What was the analysis that's led to this is the data that leads us to believe that we need to do this with this measure and how many cars we're going to solve with this problem? There's always a small percentage that mess it up for everyone else, and that's what's happened here, unfortunately. So, my time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
Just for some clarification on seating time, we had 3 people cede time to this speaker, and now we had 1 person that ceded their time, wanting their time back. That really doesn't comply with the rule. There was only,
2 people ceded time to you, so you had 3 minutes total.
yes.
Correct.
And so there was a person that ceded their time and now wants their time back. We will allow it to go forward this time, but that's not how it works. You cede your time, you don't get to take your time back. Because one person got more time to speak, and so we're trying to be fair. So if you don't cede your time, if you don't want to give it up.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Let's go ahead and let that person have their 1 minute. I don't, some of these norms are new to some of the folks here in this room, so we try and be as flexible as we can while still moving the meeting along.
The next speaker is Peter Johnson. He will get 2 minutes because another speaker has ceded their time to Peter.
One more.
2. Okay. Okay, thank you. And we have one more just given to us.
So that would make 3 minutes for Mr. Johnson, is that correct?
4 minutes.
4? Okay, let's go for it.
Okay, thank you. I'm Peter Johnson, 364 Fontainebleau Terrace. I've titled my talk today, Maximum Tolerable Walking Distance. And I'm not sure that I'm going to need the full time that I've been given, and this is a little bit of a surprise. I'm approaching this from a little different perspective. It's been an incredible sight this past week to drive down Jardin and look down the side streets. The daily parking lot is no more. Parking restrictions work. Perhaps more than 120 cars are now gone. Of course, many moved on to non-restricted streets such as Valencia and Fontainebleau, Merritt and Angela. Woe to those residents. But I'm here to point out good news. There now appears to be many fewer cars parked on all the streets surrounding the high school than prior to the restrictions, perhaps 50 to 70 cars fewer. Where did they all go? And of course, this room kind of represents that. These students are either walking, riding, carpooling, or being driven to school. My observations this past week have shown that students are not willing to walk very far to get to class. Indeed, I've determined that the maximum tolerable walking distance of a typical high school student once parked is about a quarter of a mile. That's normally a 5-minute walk at a fairly casual 3 miles per hour. This is potentially significant. There has always been unlimited parking out beyond a quarter mile from the school. Interestingly enough, if I take my car and I go to the entrances and I point it, to the east, to the north, to the west, to the south, in between, and I start driving, once I get to about 0.15 miles from that point, the cars run out. And they've been doing that for 2 or 3 or 4 years. Maybe the time is, this is potentially significant. There's always been unlimited parking. Maybe the time has come to eliminate all student parking within a quarter of a mile. That way students won't have to fight over who gets to block a mailbox or driveway in the congested nearby. Best of all, I predict that relatively few students would drive. One of the few times that authorities would have been successful getting people out of their cars. Seriously, close-in neighborhood streets should not serve as a high school parking lot of last resort. Restrictions should be extended onto the streets west of the Los Altos High School. This idea was originally presented by the city at the Complete Streets Commission meeting last spring. This would be more equitable to the homeowners and would hardly be a real inconvenience to the students. We've had all this parking. They've been fighting over who gets to park in the last 50 yards, 100 yards around the school entrances. And a few of them go out. But once you get beyond Merritt, once you get beyond, halfway down Panchita or all the north streets or even off of Valencia, all of a sudden the cars disappear, even today. So all these people are basically saying, oh, we have nowhere to go and nowhere to drive. Well, is that true? Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, I have a quick follow-up question for you. You are on Fontainebleau Terrace, right?
Yes.
That's a court, isn't it?
Yes, it's a cul-de-sac, and it's unique.
Yeah.
And that presents its particular problems. There's only 5 houses on it. And this past week and a half, it's been very difficult for us because in the morning, the kids start coming in about 8:15 and they start taking up the few spaces on the right, the few spaces on the left, and 6 foot narrower than in Panchita or any of the others. It's really unique. And one of the problems is that a student can come in and park, but then in order for somebody to see whether he can come in, he sort of automatically has to drive in, turn the whole loop, and come back out. So parking becomes a two-way exercise for all of the students. And then once they are on both sides, then basically we have one lane through that. So, you know, we have a letter today that went to you people, that went to the city manager, and basically, you know, it said, hey, what are we going to do about emergency vehicles and service and delivery vehicles and the kids playing? We have 4 or 5 of the families, and they all have small kids. So I know this is not an easy problem. I've been dealing with it myself for 2 to 3 years in many, many meetings in different groups, and it's not easy. But I just sometimes wonder whether or not the students are really putting their all into this. I mean, literally, it's not funny when you say the kids will fight over who can park around that mailbox because they're already late to class when there's a space 100 feet out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I just want to say that we did have the head of engineering go out to your cul-de-sac today. Took that letter very seriously. It's a safety issue. I'm not sure exactly what our response will be, but it appears that we need to make some adjustments on that cul-de-sac for safety issues.
I want to
So-
thank you for those responses.
Thank-
4 people responded to that letter. Appreciate it.
Good, good,
Thank you.
good. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Lynn Emmerich.
Hi, I just want to continue from my husband who ran out of time. Parking on the much wider streets such as the south side of Alicia and of Valencia, cars seem to be parking mostly on just one side and only on part of the street, which leaves a lot more room for moving traffic. They're also parking down on Jardin, Mountain View side where the sidewalks are. Again, wider and safer, which was always our point to begin with. If this situation has to be adjusted, parking permits for residents is a good option and was brought up from the very beginning. Or parking restrictions for at least the first half of each block, which is approximately the 400 block, would solve the problem of drop-off traffic approaching Jardin, competing with parked cars, which has always been the problem. Our streets are very narrow and they're very close to Jardin, so that's where the students want to park. And it's very chaotic and dangerous. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Zimmer.
The next speaker is Osvaldo Valenzuela.
I'm ready. All right. Good evening, Los Altos City Council. My name is Osvaldo Valenzuela, and I'm a senior at Los Altos High School. I am here representing several students that do not agree with the parking. For one, it disproportionately affects lower income students who live farther away. They can't walk, they can't bike, they have to drive. It's not possible to walk or bike just like you guys propose. It's more dangerous. Students, there are no sidewalks, so students share the road with rushing cars headed toward Jardin. And on Jardin, for the drop-off, the cars are blocking the bike lane, so they're parked, bike lane, then they're in the middle of the road dropping off students. And also, I work for an after-school program company at an LASD elementary school, and I can't get to my job on time because of the new parking. And we don't want to discount the fact that some students have parked illegally, but we shouldn't be pushing the issue to the neighbor down the road because then it's going to be an issue for them. We want to find a solution. We want to open a discussion that works for everyone.
I'm going to go ahead and let you keep talking because it looks like even though we didn't go through the formal process of seating time, you're speaking for a number of folks.
Thank you so much. For one, I'd like to say that that competition for parking is highly concentrated in areas that do offer parking, such as Jardins. So, as I was saying, they are parked on the side. Then parents are dropping off students in the bike lane, so that blocks the road for cyclists that are biking, following your rules. And then they're also in the middle of the road. We sent an email in a Google form to all sophomores through seniors, 1,500 students. We're still getting responses, but many of them feel that these changes have been very negative. And again, this affects lower income students that live farther away, such as me. I am a lower income student and I have to drive to get to school on time. But now I arrive on campus 45 minutes early to get parking. What am I going to do for 45 minutes on campus? That's not fair. And again, we understand that some students are not following the laws of the road. They are parking in front of driveways, in front of mailboxes, and we don't want to discount the fact that those students are breaking the rules. But we want to say that this just shifts the issue towards other residents who live farther from the school, who didn't buy their houses with an expectation of dealing with these issues in mind. And we want to find a solution that works for everyone, both students and
I'm going to go ahead and cut you off there. I understand where you're coming from. I appreciate that, and I want to ask you a couple of quick questions. First and foremost, I want to say thank you to you and to all of your peers who have engaged in this process. That gives me great hope. How many of you have or have tried to get parking permits on campus? So you're raising your hands to say that you have tried or to say that you have them?
that we've tried.
Right. And they're hard to get, right? Because there aren't very many.
Yes.
Have you also approached the school?
Yes, I met with the principal today and I talked to her about that. But the way the parking signs on the side streets work, that's not within the bounds of the school. I've already...
That's right. That's right. The parking on the streets, the city streets, is the jurisdiction of the city. And we have to weigh a lot of factors. Of course, the convenience for the residents on those streets and for the students are factors. But first and foremost, we look at public safety. The school has a different set of criteria it looks at. I know it's involved in construction and whatnot. I would encourage you to reach out to the superintendent and to the trustees, as well as the principal. Thank you.
The next speaker is Ashwin Ravi.
Hello. So I am one of the neighbors on Jordan and Alicia. I wanted to thank the council for imposing the parking restrictions over the last 2, 3, 4, 5 years, getting progressively worse. We've had students park on our landscaping in front of our mailbox, break our fence, throw trash everywhere, loiter with chairs behind a tree, smoke stuff. I have pictures. I have not reported anyone because they're kids, right? It's not, I mean, they're just doing what kids do. My kids probably do the same. But our kids would bike 20 or 30 minutes to school to get there because they didn't have parking. They would take the bus. Our parents would drop them off. There are solutions to be had. And as was mentioned earlier by both pro and anti speakers, by imposing the restrictions, we are pushing the problem out further, which means they acknowledge that it is a problem. The school needs to take charge of their parking situation, provide alternative transportation, provide parking, not just shove it off on the neighbors. We love the school and we want to be part of the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Clara Roa.
Good evening. My name is Clara Roa. I am a resident of Casira Way and a parent of a high schooler at Los Altos High. The high school is a vital asset to our community. It provides us access to open space, school activities, the energy of young people, and many residents the convenience of having their children walk or bike to school. Those of us who chose to live in the neighborhood understood the balance of benefits and challenges, including occasional heavy traffic, parking concerns, and the presence of teenagers. That said, I strongly oppose the proposal to install more no parking signs on the streets around the school. This measure is inconsistent, inequitable, and ultimately ineffective in addressing safety and parking concerns. Restricting parking doesn't solve the problem, it worsens it. Limiting space will only force more cars to crowd into the fewer areas still available. A better solution would be to remove the no parking signs around campus, redistributing parking across the neighborhood and alleviating congestion. If there are resources available to enforce no parking now, then there's resources available to enforce current laws. Thank you.
The next speaker is Andrew Atherton.
Thank you. I'm Andrew Atherton. I live on Valencia Drive. I'm the bad seater, so apologies. I just wanted to make 4 quick points, and thanks for letting me speak today. Those are safety, access, integrity, and equity. This is clearly a very hot issue. Both sides are passionate. I have 3 young children, 8, 7, 5. In the mornings, they are not allowed outside of our house because of all the traffic. Kids parking close, basically on our lawn, in front of our mailbox, in front of the fire hydrant. And that's a weird feeling to have when your children aren't allowed outside your house because, unfortunately, high school students and some of their parents are driving too quickly, jockeying for spots, and making it unsafe. Access. I can't even get to the front of my house during the day. Integrity. It's a neighborhood. It's not a parking lot. And the last, equity. This is a nice point on equity. Valencia is all no parking signs except for our last stretch. Let's be equitable and put more no parking signs. Thanks.
Thank you, Andrew.
The next speaker is Angelo DeJuli.
My comment is not about parking, so it's really more general. And that's been inspired by the Saturday Rotary Club Climate, District Climate Summit. The Rotary Club initiative complements the effort of other organizations like Citizen Climate Lobby, Greentown Los Altos, 350, and also churches. I'm part of most of those organizations also. And those organizations, they thrive also thanks to the dedication of so many Los Altos residents who volunteer their time because they care deeply about protecting the environment and are particularly concerned about the devastating impact of climate change. So I urge this new council to hear those voices and follow the example of those concerned citizens and take bold steps to make our beautiful town a leader in environmental stewardship and fight against climate change. And this involves not only implementing specific measures, building code, traffic management, and so on, but more importantly, adopting a fight against climate change as a guiding principle of all your action.
Thank
you for your time.
The next speaker is Camilla McCrae.
Quick moment of disclosure. I'm in that Rotary Club, and I'm on that climate committee in the Rotary Club.
Thank you.
Camilla McCrae.
Hi, thanks for letting us all come tonight. I came tonight because I was hoping, I've emailed everybody, could we get this on the agenda about the parking? And obviously there's a lot of people here, but what I'm hearing, so I want parking permits because that would finish what we did last year. And as a recap, it took a year to even get this addressed. And when we had these conversations, we talked about parking permits, but we were still caught up in getting the signs that were on back order to be implemented. And they are, and now we've got problems. There's a variety of solutions, but what I'm hearing there, and that is a bigger question, is how do we bring all the constituents together? We've got the students, which is awesome. You've had a lot of parents. Not everyone, because not everybody knows what's going on. But is there a school representative here? Okay, because I think this is an issue. And the neighbors are good neighbors to the school. We love the school. We supported the bond measures, and we supported the Friday night lights. It's time to look at those bond dollars going to address what the students need, the staff needs, which is parking, versus the neighbors. Thank you.
The next speaker is, Jens Machatsky? Machatsky, okay.
Thank you for your time. I live on Distal between Jarden and Alvarado. I think the situation has gotten a lot better. I think it's safer. There's a lot less racing of kids down the road. I realize kids are kids and they'll do what they do. Somebody else said that. I realize that it may not be equitable. What we need is parking permits or some solution so I can have guests come to the house, workers come to the house, and be able to park on the street. Thank you.
Thank you, Jens.
The next speaker is Ben Hu.
Hello, good evening. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity for me to speak. And I live in Casita Way. And so I agree with my Casita neighbor Clara's point and strongly opposing the parking restriction. And so by listening to both sides, the different viewpoints has been presented. And I think at least this parking restriction is immature, unreasonable, inequitable, and not well thought through. So I have 3 suggestions. First, immediately and dismiss all the parking tickets that issued to the students, to the neighbor, and to myself and to the residents. Secondly, stop enforcing the parking restriction. Third, involve all the constituents in the community, in the neighborhood community, including residents, including high school students and teachers, etc., and to have well thought through discussions. Especially, we need to have a neighborhood voting process, because in the past, for all the important decisions, all the neighbors have been voted for either yes or no for these kind of issues. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ben. We're not generally responding to public comments on items that aren't on the agenda, but I will say this. Public safety is not something that gets deferred to a majority vote. Public safety is not something that you look for consensus on. Public safety is something you defer to the professionals, the engineers, the first responders, and you do what's right for the whole community, and it takes priority over some of the disruptions that may be caused. Parking restrictions have been in existence around both of our high schools. We have 2 for many years. I've met with residents around Los Altos High School and around Mountain View High School. Mountain View High School being explicitly in Mountain View. However, Los Altos neighborhoods are immediately adjacent and have no parking restrictions. There are ways to adapt. You know, it wouldn't be the end of the world if the cleaning lady parked in the driveway. It wouldn't be the end of the world if residents found a way to have their mow, blow, and go crew come in the afternoon after the parking restrictions. All that said, we will be taking up parking in a more comprehensive manner, probably at the end of February or the beginning of March. And that will be when we can deliberate on measures to mitigate the burdens that people on these streets are feeling because of these parking restrictions. But please remember, the parking restrictions are there not to try and make things difficult for you, but because we encountered public health and safety issues that needed to be addressed. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Eric. Oh, Eric Steinley. That Eric.
It must be the last one.
No.
No? I'm not going to talk about parking. I'm going to talk about fire. I'm going to follow up on what Pete said. Back in November, there was a meeting concerning the safety element update. Staff was there, the consultants were there, Art Whipple was there, and I was there. This is a big issue, as we now know. The people in Pacific Palisades, there's no there anymore, literally, as Gertrude Stein actually meant when she said there's no there. The neighborhood was different. That could happen here, and if it does, the people in Los Altos Hills and the people in Los Altos have to get out of town. And there's only one way to do that, and that's down San Antonio Road. That is a serious issue. This is just convenience. By the way, walk. That's my answer. Has always been, always will be. I survived walking to and from junior high school and high school for a half hour each way. I walked here. It's a 2-mile walk to come here. Anyway, that's something that we need to spend some time working on. That's what I came to say.
Thank you, Mr. Steinle. Please remember to state that you're a commissioner and you're not.
I'm not speaking as a planning commissioner.
Thank
I'm
you.
speaking as a citizen of Los Altos.
The last speaker card I have is Hugh Ho.
Hi, Los Altos Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm located in the 500 block of Panchita, and I've been a resident for 20 years. So I raise my children, and I hear both sides of the story tonight. I know that we won't have any solutions, and both sides I hear very well, and there are many good reasons from both sides. I just want to share my side of the situation where I do now have an elderly mother I care for at home. And I was away during the holiday, and I was completely shocked to find out that not only the signs were up, and then also I got a ticket, right? So you mentioned about the cleaning ladies, but this is my mother. She does have in-home support services that sometimes we would need aid and medical care. It would just be unreasonable, and it's just not feasible for someone, if they come in the morning, to walk that far, and their equipment, right? So anyway, I think that I'm not saying there's any good solution that everyone can agree to, but for immediate solution, I don't think that the street sign works, okay? And I would like to have solution for at least for the residents to park so that we can mitigate that, whether it is a permit system or something else. Thank you.
Mayor, I spoke too soon. We have one last speaker, Corinne Finnegan. Corinne.
Hello, my name is Corinne Finnegan. I'm a resident of Distal Drive. I have 3 points. The first is I strongly agree with what was said about it would be wonderful if the high school would step up and try to solve the parking issue from their side. Maybe they could increase the amount of spots to students or even expand it. That would help a lot. My second point is our house we're not directly affected by the parking and traffic because we're way at the other end of Distal Drive, but I observe that things are much more peaceful, and our neighbors, I really feel better for them that they probably have a better situation, those that were really impacted. But thirdly, we're all now being impacted. I think the no parking, I was indifferent, honestly, about whether we did it or not, but now that it's here, I really ask you to please consider some accommodation for the people that live here. Currently, we are doing a project. There's a giant trailer in our driveway, so we don't have that luxury that you suggested, Mayor Daley. So we've gotten a couple parking tickets, and the workers coming to do the projects have gotten parking tickets. So some sort of permit would be awesome. Thank you.
I'm sorry to hear that. I do think that we have, and I'm going to defer to the city manager. Gabe, isn't there a provision where contractors who are working on a project have special parking privileges?
Yeah, if vehicles are in service to the home, they can load or unload or take time, but they generally couldn't be parked there all day.
Okay. Definitely things that we need to, lots still to address.
Yeah,
Definitely.
thank you.
And I thank you. And I definitely also want to extend my gratitude to Derek. I see you in the audience, and I appreciate having somebody from the schools here too. We may be different political jurisdictions, but we're all one community, and we all have to work together to solve these problems. Any other speakers?
No, but I do have 2 for consent item.
Okay. So. Public comments. All right. The next item on the agenda is our consent calendar. If my colleagues want to pull something from the consent calendar and treat it separately, they will be able to do that. But the comments that pertain to the consent calendar shall all be made right now. I'm gonna pause for a minute here and just let the room clear out a little bit. Okay, so again, just housekeeping notes on how we deal with the consent calendar. All the comments on the consent calendar will come right now when we consider the consent items. However, if any items are pulled, we will deliberate on those separately later, but we will not take public comments on those at that time. So that said, we have, I guess, 2 speakers on the consent calendar.
Yes, I'm sorry, I missed it during the, did any council pull an item or request to? No? A consent. Okay, comments first.
Hang on and then, okay.
Okay. We'll do
Comments first, and then we'll hear from council as to whether or not they want to
I
pull
do
anything.
have 2 speakers. Charlie Hughes. And how much time, Mayor, would you like to grant?
3 minutes.
Okay. First speaker is Charlie Hughes. How about Kathleen Foley Hughes? Oh, Charlie and Kathleen. There we are. Hi. Item 6, correct. Yes. For item number 6, for both. Whenever you're ready.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Charlie Hughes, and I am one of the founders of Ada's Cafe. I wanted to say we are excited to be bringing in Ada's to Los Altos community and the beautiful Los Altos Community Center. Thank you for the opportunity and have the good rest of your night.
Thank you. We're all really excited about this.
And the next speaker is Kathleen Foley Hughes.
Good evening. I'm Kathleen Foley Hughes, and I'm one of the founders of Ada's Cafe. And I also wanted to thank you for the opportunity to bring Ada's and its mission-focused business of hiring those with disabilities to the beautiful Los Altos Community Center. We're so excited to be there. And I wanted to say that working with the staff at the community center, Manny and Jamie, has been an absolute delight. And they've made it such a positive experience, and it makes us even more excited to be able to come to Los Altos. So I wanted you to have a face, one of the faces to associate with Ada's, and Happy New Year, and thank you again.
Thank you very much. Again, I think bringing Ada's to the community center is just a boon for the community. Thank you. So, colleagues, any items on consent that you want to address separately? Nisa, you look like you're about to speak.
And I don't need to pull it, Mayor. I just want to clarify for the record on item number 2, the City Council assignments with regards to the Cities Association Board of Directors. The way it's listed on the assignment chart, it has your name first, and I know that has caused a little confusion. So I just want to clarify the record that I would be the primary, and then you would be the alternate just for the board.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll move.
All right, we've got Councilmember Lang.
Second.
Second from Councilmember Weinberg. City Clerk, would you?
Councilmember
vote?
Meadows.
Aye.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Flagger.
Yes.
Mayor Daley.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, now we are going to do 2 public hearings, both pertaining to developments. Before we start these public hearings, though, I want to do some housekeeping notes on what these items actually pertain to. We are approving the vesting of tentative parcel maps on both items 7 and 8. We are not reopening the entitlement process, and we are not making changes to these developments. They have been approved by the appropriate body and are not appealable at this point. So this is about approving the vesting of the tentative maps. Thank you. Item number 7, I guess maybe we have a quick staff report?
Yes, I'm glad to give the presentation. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. This is Jia Liu, Associate Planner. Before you, I'm presenting a mixed-use tentative map application for mixed-use project at 4896 El Camino Real for your consideration. The subject site is located on the southwest of El Camino Real and Jordan Avenue. Surrounding land uses include multifamily residential to the west and south, and commercial use to the east. And across this El Camino Real to the north is a office development, which is also located in the city of Mountain View. The existing site condition includes two separate uses. One is the Jack in the Box drive-through restaurant to the north fronting El Camino Real, and the other is the existing single-family house to the south. And before you, it is the tenant map application, which includes 33 residential condominium unit, 1 commercial condominium unit, and a common lot for your approval tonight. With regard to the permit history, in the November 21st, 2024 Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commission, after opening the public hearing, unanimously approved the design review and conditional use permit applications for the mixed-use project, and also recommended approval of the tenant map application to the City Council. With the information presented, staff now recommends the City Council adopt a resolution approving the tenant map for the creation of 34 condominium lots and 1 common lot at 4896 El Camino Real per the listed findings and conditions. Staff now concludes the presentation and happy for questions.
Do me a favor and put that last slide up, please,
Sure.
because I think it's going to help whoever makes the motion.
Yeah, of course.
Public comments now, right? Do we have any?
We have one, and to clarify, this is to open the public hearing, correct? Yes.
You'll have to give me some help. I'm on the job
Yes,
training
right.
here.
So this is an opening of the public hearing. There you
Okay.
go.
And then
Is
you
that what
can
I
ask
needed?
if the applicant wants to speak.
Correct.
The applicant first and then public?
Yeah.
Okay.
Great.
Is the applicant here, and do you have something?
With all due respect,
Yeah.
and I'm new with my tie, but project speaks for itself.
Thank you.
We do have one speaker, Mayor, Darren Clark.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Darren Clark. I'm a field representative for NorCal Carpenters Union, Local 405 here in South Bay. I'm here to discuss a proposed residential development at 4896 El Camino Real. This project has the potential to be a fantastic addition to Los Altos, bringing new residential units that could help meet our community's growing needs. However, this project will only succeed if it is built by a responsible contractor who prioritizes fair labor standards. At the Carpenters Union, we've had no positive conversations with the Dianza team to secure a responsible contractor for this development. A project of this scale should not be left to contractors who might cut corners, exploit workers, or rely on low-road subcontractors. Los Altos deserves better than that. Our community's safety, workforce integrity, and quality of the project are at stake here. I urge the developer to make a choice that reflects a real commitment to Los Altos by supporting responsible construction practices and good, stable jobs. Let's do it what's right for the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no other speaker cards.
Okay, then close public hearing. Send it back to council for deliberation. Does anybody have anything to say?
First of all, thank you, Mayor, for clarifying the very important point that we're just looking at the vesting, the tentative map tonight. Despite that, I am going to make one comment, and this shows you how long this project has been sort of in the works. I was on Planning Commission. Mind you, I was just reelected to a second term on council. I was on Planning Commission when the first iteration of this project came forward. This is so much better. Thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate the improvements as well. I was the liaison for the Planning Commission when the commission reviewed this project most recently. Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. So I attended the Planning Commission meeting a couple of months ago where this was discussed. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's the first time that the Planning Commission has actually exercised the jurisdiction that we gave, or the authority we gave them over a year ago to actually approve a project. So I want to thank the Planning Commission for the time that they spent, for the deliberation that they had. I thought it was very useful. I thought it was very constructive. And thank you for bringing it to us. And I'm ready to make a motion unless there's other comments.
I think that was the first time the Planning Commission met in that year. And it's not a joke. It's just that we haven't had a lot of developments come forward and get to this stage, you know, the economy being what it is and whatnot, but it's encouraging to see some activity and, you know, see the jobs that'll get created, building it and everything else. So very exciting. Go ahead, Councilmember Weinberg, if you want to make a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move that the City Council adopt a resolution approving a vesting tentative map for the creation of 34 condominium lots and 1 common lot at 4896 El Camino Real per the recommended findings and conditions of approval, and find that the project is categorically exempt from environmental review pursuant to Section 15332 of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Second.
Okay, City Clerk, you want to call a vote roll?
Councilmember Lang?
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows?
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fliger?
Yes.
Mayor Daley?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, now we're going to open the hearing for item number 8. And we'll start with the staff report again.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Brittany Whitehill. This is another map for your consideration at 1485 Fremont Avenue. Let me just get my screen share set up. Sorry, one moment. I closed my PowerPoint at a very inopportune time. My apologies. I'm just going to go ahead and get started, and I'll pull up my slides. But this is a tentative parcel map to subdivide 1 lot into 2 lots at 1485 Fremont Avenue. This is a single-family zoned lot on the corner of Fremont Avenue and Cathy Lane in the R110 zoning district. The property has a single-family home and a detached accessory structure that contains a garage and a workshop at the ground floor level and a second-story accessory dwelling unit. And the property is listed on the City of Los Altos Register of Historic Resources. The project proposes to relocate the existing accessory structure to allow for the lot to be subdivided in a flag lot configuration, and some permits with the associated with the project have previously been approved. On October 28th, the Historical Commission considered a historical advisory review and design review to relocate the accessory structure and construct minor site modifications. These permits were approved by the Development Services Director on October 29th. The project requires a conditional use permit pursuant to the Los Altos Municipal Code to allow for the creation of a flag lot, and the conditional use permit was approved by the Planning Commission on November 21st of 2024. The item for City Council's consideration this evening consists of the tentative parcel map to subdivide the lot into 2 lots, creating an approximately 42,000 square foot lot at the corner of Fremont Avenue and Cathy Lane, and an approximately 22,000 square foot lot, which will be accessed from Cathy Lane. And the Planning Commission did unanimously recommend approval of the tentative parcel map at their November 21st meeting. Staff finds that the proposed tentative parcel map as designed complies with all applicable provisions of the Los Altos Municipal Code, General Plan, and Subdivision Map Act. Therefore, staff recommends that the City Council adopt a resolution approving the tentative parcel map. And I will find my presentation now so that you can see the formal recommendation language. I apologize, and if anyone has any questions and wants to view any of the slides, it was a very brief presentation, but I'd be happy to share those.
Is the applicant here? Does the applicant have any comments? Are you the applicant?
Yes.
Yes.
She's with the applicant team,
hearing.
yes.
Is that?
So our family moved here when El Camino Hospital opened. Audrey Fusilla Carlson. And our family moved here when El Camino Hospital opened, and my dad was a radiologist as it opened and spent his whole career there. After 1 year in Sunnyvale, we moved into 1485 Fremont, and it was a probate sale, and my parents used that last bit of money to get the final winning bid from a developer. So, in fact, they saved it then. I have 5 sisters, a couple of whom are here. What we're trying to do is to create a lot so we can build assisted living. I thought you'd like to, it's a pretty sweet story. And one sister already has a lot, so there would be 4 in that flag lot and the lot that we surround. So we love the area. I just went to my 50th high school reunion this summer. I just thought you might like the background story on it because I think it's sweet.
Thank you. Questions from colleagues? Hearing none, then I will entertain a motion to adopt a resolution.
Before we do the
approving
motion,
tentative parcel map.
can I just say thank you? Right, this family has worked on protecting this since you snatched it away from developers in 1962. Van and Judy spent a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of effort on this. If you haven't learned about Villa Rosa, there's a wonderful interview on the History Museum's website. Nan Geschke interviewed the pair of them, I think in 1998, something like that. There's a whole 94. Okay. In any case, thanks. But in any case, when we have historical resources preserved in this town, it's almost always because a family made the decision to do it and invest the money and the time and the heartache and all the rest of it. This change, moving the garage to preserve it like this, it shows that commitment is continued. And so just on behalf of the whole community, thank you.
I concur. You wouldn't know this gentleman was on the History Commission, would you? All right, we're looking for a motion to...
Mayor, before we begin, yep.
Any other comments from the public?
Yes, I have 2 cards. The
Okay.
first is Ethan Daniels.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't have any elaborate presentation. You'll forgive me for I have to wrap my head around the whole concept of Mayor Daley because I'm from Chicago, from the 50s and 60s. And basically all my meetings have been with hospital committees and cardiology committees. And one thing I learned in my committee work is to be considerate of every physician, of every nurse, of every hospital worker to make sure that their interests and what's right for them is included. I don't know what the plan is yet. I know that they're taking this garage, which is a servant's quarter, and moving it to abut the house, which will impact my neighbors because the house is this garage is a 2-story house, and it'll look right into my neighbor's houses in addition to mine. I do not know the plan how many units are actually going to be built on this flag lot. Maybe I've lived 30 years in that community, and with the hope that I could just continue to have this wonderful neighbor who was considerate of the people on the other side of the fence. And I understand they probably have, that the sisterhood has been very careful to observing whatever laws that you have, but it's a neighborhood. It's like parking issues around Los Altos, Mountain View High School. Be considerate, and I don't see any plans as to exactly how it's going to impact the 7 or 8 houses that surround this piece of property. The house is a beautiful house. Make no mistake about it. I don't know how lifting the garage and planting it on the side of the house is going to improve the looks of that historical structure. I'm sure that you can tell me that I'm completely wrong. People have told me that in the past, and I accept it. So I wish that we would have more input from my neighbors who've basically sunk their, we've all sunk so much of our worth to raising our children in the community and to establishing ourselves in the community and just enjoying being part of Los Altos. But this seems kind of, we're going to do this, you know, take it or leave it. Not a take it or leave it, but these are the rules. Goodbye, good luck. It doesn't feel right to me.
Thank you. I do appreciate your concerns. I would just note that there are a number of laws and rules in place regarding setbacks and things of that nature. So while we don't have the plans for what will occur on this divided parcel, I can assure you that those plans will be compliant with the rules that have been created to protect the interests of the entire community as well as we can. But you will have other opportunities going forward to engage with this process, because right now we're just at the stage of accepting a lot split. Next comment?
The next speaker is Saraba Alka.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. We are residents at Wessex. So we bought this home a couple of years ago. And we love the community, the aesthetics, and the nature we get to see and experience. It just makes it all wholesome for us. We are a growing family, as you can see. I'm ready to pop any moment now. We have one kid who goes to Los Altos School District. And, we enjoy the way the community thrives together.
I think just to add, so we learned about this recent developments about moving the two-story structure. And the new location where it's getting moved is literally across our fence. So the entire length of the garage, you would be seeing it from our backyard. And I think it's the side yard for the neighbors, but it's the backyard. So you pretty much will be staring at the two-story structure. And I understand things evolve, but we wanted to share a few concerns. I think the first one is just the enjoyment of the backyard and the property, given this structure, this two-story structure will be placed across the fence. The second one is some privacy concerns and also the impact to the property value. Because when we bought this house a couple of years back, the backyard was one of the things we really loved about this house. And then the third one is we don't understand the impact of the sunlight, like if it's going to block the sunlight coming to our house, which we know is it's always good to have some sunlight. Again, we understand things evolve for neighbors for both ends, but we are hoping there could be some amicable solution to address the concerns that works for both the neighbors. Thanks again for listening to our concerns.
Thank you. That appears to be it for public comment. I will bring it back to my colleagues. Nisa, it looks like you're ready to remark.
I actually have a question for staff because I think it will benefit members of the public. So Mr. Zorns, can you explain what happens, assuming council adopts this resolution this evening? What's the next step in this process?
So quickly, I want to at least acknowledge is that this family was actually one of the first constituents that I specifically actually had to assist in 2022. So they've been in the process for quite some time. So thank you for your patience and also the multi-level intricacies of our code. It's still not as refined as it needs to be, obviously, from having to go to 3 different hearing bodies for things that normally go to only 2, maybe 1. That being said, so subsequent action for any development that would occur on the resulting half-acre site, that's kind of the rear orientation of the existing parcel, will go through its own kind of design review process because it is going to inevitably be a vacant parcel with nothing developed on it. So it'll have to go through our standard process. The existing regulations for a home that's on a flag lot means that it's a single-story home. So there's a variety of specific provisions and protections that are already in our code, which Mayor Daley has already alluded to. So there are a variety of kind of additional checks and balances moving forward to meet all of the applicable development standards for whatever project inevitably comes in the future.
And will there be any more public meetings, either at the council level or any of our commission level meetings regarding this project?
This home would go to the zoning administrator, but it still would be noticed as it is for a public hearing.
Thank you. And with that, Mayor, if my colleagues don't have comments, I am happy to make the motion.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you. May I please ask the applicant a question?
We have our architect is here too. So.
Okay.
Hi.
It's my intention to vote in favor of this application. I think that you've met all the requirements of law. But I also think that the concerns that we've heard from your neighbors are well taken. And looking at where the garage is being moved, it's going to be much closer to one of the lots on Wessex than where it is right now. I'm wondering if you've given any thought or if you're willing to commit to putting up some kind of screening, whether in the form of trees or something else that would protect not only your neighbor's privacy, but your privacy as well from them looking up into you.
That's certainly something that we could consider, and allowing our neighbors to actually have privacy as much as they do. Also something nice to look at as well.
Well, and we included in a letter that we had sent that's one of the things that we expect to do. Although there's one problem is there is a high voltage wire across the top of the fence, so you can't have anything too close there that would cause fire.
Of course, safety first. I understand that. As I said, it's my intention to vote yes on this. During my day job, I practice as a real estate attorney, and we have a saying that good fences make good neighbors. Good screening also makes good neighbors. So while I don't think that we have the authority, nor do I advocate putting a condition of approval that would require screening, I think that it would go a long way towards maintaining what is probably already a good neighbor relation to ensure that people's privacy considerations and your own are being taken into account.
And I can also guarantee that it was as far from the fence as we were allowed to move it. The historian, it was pretty limiting in terms of.
Sure, and I'm looking at the map, and I understand that the main house obviously dominates, and you're not moving the main house, of course. But I do think that the public comments that we heard tonight, and that were also heard at the Planning Commission, are well taken and well founded. I certainly understand those.
And one more moment here, the garage ADU is also not as close to the fence as it could be. We tried to keep it actually a little bit closer to the historic structure, but within means of the room that it also needed. So we were trying to be, as considerate as possible, and I think screening is a great recommendation. So.
Okay. Great, thanks. I'll go ahead and entertain a motion now.
Mayor, I'll make the motion. I move that we adopt a resolution approving a tentative parcel map to subdivide one lot into two lots at 1485 Fremont Avenue. The application number is TM24-0004 per the recommended findings and conditions of approval in the attached resolution, and find that the project is categorically exempt from environmental review pursuant to section 15315, the minor land division section of the CEQA.
Second.
Okay, we've got a second from Councilmember Meadows. Can you take the vote, please?
I can. Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows.
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Flagger.
Yes.
Mayor Daley.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, now we're going to move on to our discussion items. Number 9 is the appointment of the Los Altos representative to the VTA board. And I guess we have a quick staff report? No? Yes?
We do, but this is a council
Right, not much to report.
placed item, so there's nothing to really report. It's up for discussion and for a vote.
Okay. Yes, Councilmember Weinberg.
If I could have the floor for a minute, I think I can give some perspective to the community and to the council. Okay. For those of you that are not familiar with the governance of the VTA, it is governed by a board of directors, and there are 18 members on the board. To make it as simple as possible, One of those board member seats is allocated to what is generally known as group number 2 in the VTA. Group number 2 are the North County cities of Los Altos Hills, Palo Alto, and Mountain View. So ideally, the board seat rotates amongst members of the city councils of those cities. There have been some irregularities going back more than a decade into how a board member is selected from the North County. The last time that the North County VTA PAC groups got together, there were bylaws that were in existence that were modified, and the idea was that the board member would rotate among the 4 cities such that Palo Alto would have it one year or one series of years, then Los Altos, then Mountain View, then Los Altos Hills. The idea being that a large city would have it, then a smaller city would have it, then a large city would have it, then a smaller city would have it. That is the theory of how it is supposed to work. That is how I think it is anticipated that things are supposed to work. Pat Burt, for the last 4 years, I think, has been the Group 2 representative on the VTA board. He, of course, is from Palo Alto, and Los Altos is supposed to have the next turn as a board member. So when I asked that this item be attached to our agenda, really what I was looking for was a recommendation from my colleagues, essentially a formal recommendation on behalf of the city that I be the Group 2 representative who sits on the VTA board. Because whoever it is that gets the seat on the board and whoever is going to serve as the alternate is supposed to have the backing of their city.
Councilmember Meadows.
Yes, actually, mine's probably for discussion, and you might have public comment. So I'll reserve. I don't have any questions, so I'll reserve till after public comment if there is any.
Any other questions or clarifications? Okay. Any public comments?
Yes, we have one card.
Yes, please.
The speaker is Ava Chow.
Put on my own timer so I can see. Okay, my name is Ava Chow. I am an elected member of Cupertino Union School District. However, tonight I'm speaking on my own behalf. I'm also part of the 2x2x2, which is a partnership with Los Altos community here with City Council and also Fremont Union High School District. One of the projects that we work on is the Homestead Corridor. And that's huge because between Foothill and all the way down on Homestead, there's a lot of safety issues. Our community members who are bike riders and pedestrians, including our students from both the elementary school district and the high school district, has been hit by cars. So I'm hoping, and I'm really excited that it's Los Altos' turn to be on the VTA board, that the person that you all have represent Los Altos will help in working with the other 17 members of the VTA board and their manager and their employees, that we can have that second lot of additional funding to move the project along. I think there was a little delay because of the pandemic, and afterwards they had plans, but I think we're kind of in a holding pattern right now for additional money that is that can come from the state, because our community is huge on biking and walking to school, and for equity purposes, there are a lot of kids who also walk to school just because of affordability, and luckily they live close enough in order to do so. So I'm looking forward to working with y'all continually, and especially whoever y'all decide to choose for the VTA board. Thank you.
Thank you, Ava. I really appreciate hearing from somebody who's associated with the Cupertino School District in particular. That happens to be my my district. We're now districted, and CUSD is my district. I live in the Grant Park neighborhood, and I can concur that the Homestead Corridor is very dangerous and needs a lot of investment to make it safer for everybody, for our kids and for adults driving. That said, do we have any other, no more public comments? I'll bring it back for discussion. I'm going to kick off the discussion by saying that I don't think there's anybody better suited for this than Jonathan. I have seen his work as a liaison with the Complete Streets Commission, here on council, and I have gone to meet with residents in places like on the Homestead Corridor with him and seen him work with residents. And I know of his past work with the VTA, and I just couldn't. There isn't anybody who I could more highly recommend from our body or anywhere else. So, other comments?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I completely agree with what the mayor has said. I do want to make the comment that the council 2 years ago supported a nomination for then Vice Mayor Weinberg to be the board alternate. And 2 years later, I certainly support, and I hope this council does, because there was a gross irregularity 2 years ago, and we have a chance to fix that to the betterment of the whole community.
Thank you, and I also support appointing Councilmember Weinberg as the representative for District 2 on VTA. I know his work well. I know he has served on VTA over the past couple of years. He's passionate about transportation and the issues related to transportation, including complete streets and how it impacts our community. I'll tell the story, Jonathan. I think it was 2021 that you traveled somewhere, or maybe it was online, but you actually took classes to learn more about complete streets and the importance of safety in our community and how we can better serve our community on this issue. So I 100% support you. I know you'll represent our city and the other cities within this district well. So thank you for stepping up again this year, well deserved, and look forward to cheering you on. If there's anything we can do as your colleagues here to ensure that you get selected by the group, because as you know, there's a next step to this, let us know.
Just for clarification, Nisa, the next step is the what is it? The Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors votes or something like that? No. Oh, they have to pick him.
So the VTA PAC members in Group 2 have to meet. There are notice requirements for the meeting, and essentially there is a vote at that point as to who the next representative is going to be. There are bylaws. It's unclear which are the most recently ratified bylaws. It can be something of an Old West type of mentality, but I think it's pretty clear that Los Altos is next in line. Los Altos Hills was supposed to have it 4 years ago. They did not have a council member who wanted it, which is why it went to Palo Alto. So since a big city has it right now, I don't think there's any dispute that a small city should have it next. And Los Altos Hills was the last small city that had an opportunity.
Okay. Councilmember Lang, do you have any comments?
I'm generally against irregularity, so let's get on with it.
All right. You think about what we need to do here. We need to pass a resolution of support for your candidacy. Is that correct, Councilmember?
So there's a form. I don't know if it needs to be a formal resolution. I guess I'll look to staff. Generally, is it better to do it in the form of a resolution? Because there's nothing on paper right now. I do know that the VTA government liaison officers submitted the form to staff.
All right. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and I'm going to seek a motion for a resolution. We'll give staff guidance to fill out the form and follow up as needed. Okay. I will go ahead and make the motion. I move that the City Council of the City of Los Altos support Councilmember Jonathan Weinberg's candidacy for the VTA board.
And Mayor, may I make a friendly amendment?
Yes,
I want to
please.
make sure we put the word nominate in there, because that's what we're doing. So separate and apart from
Change the word
Jonathan
support
being-
to
yeah.
nominate.
Yep, And I'll second it.
Okay. So will you please read that motion back to make sure that we have it correct now?
Yes, so you adopted a resolution to appoint Councilmember Jonathan.
Nominate.
Nominate Councilmember Jonathan D. Weinberg.
Yeah.
As the Los Altos representative or Group 2.
As the Group 2
cities-
representative.
Yes, Group 2 representative from the North County Cities Group to the Valley Transportation Authority, VTA, board position.
Jonathan, is that an acceptable resolution? Does that work for you?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Nisa. All right. City Clerk, will you call the vote, please?
Councilmember Lang?
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows?
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fliger?
Yes.
Mayor Daley?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Wonderful. All right. Number 10 is crossing guard services. I think we have time to get this in. Probably take a quick break after this one, unless somebody is in dire need of a earlier break. Okay. Let's go ahead and handle number 10. We'll start with, I guess, the staff report. Is that right?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Just to give you a quick recap on this item. So I'm here to discuss the crossing guard services for the city of Los Altos. So currently, the city has a third-party vendor that handles the crossing guard services, everything from the hiring to the supervision, to all the logistics for the crossing guard services in Los Altos. We've been contracting with them for the last 15 years for those services, and the cost has continued to increase every year. For the 24-25 school year, it's in the amount of $550,000. So obviously, it's a very significant cost to the city. The safety of the kids in the community obviously is paramount. However, staff looked into doing a cost analysis to see if it was more cost effective to take the program internally. And based on our assessment and our cost analysis, we determined that it would be cost effective to take it internally. So we're seeking approval to transition the crossing guard program from the current third-party vendor to a city-based management system that would be led by the Human Resource Department and the Police Department jointly. So the HR department would be in charge of the hiring, training, and onboarding of the personnel. They would be part-time city staff, and then the Police Department would manage the program and ensure that all the crossing guards were at the locations each day. They would manage if there were any sick call-ins to make sure that there were crossing guards at all the necessary locations every day. We determined that it would be approximately $140,000 savings to the city each year at minimum, because the cost of taking the program in-house would be approximately $410,000 a year. In the subsequent years, the cost savings would probably increase even more if there's low turnover with the crossing guards, which typically there is lower turnover, so that would save cost with HR, with not having to hire as many people each year. And that sort of thing. So the cost of running the program for the police department would remain the same, but there'd be a lower cost from the HR department. So the plan would be for a community service officer, a civilian position within the police department would be the one that would manage the program. So I think that's pretty much everything, and open up for any
Okay.
questions that you guys might have.
Questions from my colleagues?
I guess I have just a question, which is, jurisdictionally, how does this break down between the sort of city responsibility and the school responsibility? Right? I saw that there was sort of a cost sharing proposed and so forth, and it's sort of like the way we should think about it is that the city's responsible if the kids get on school grounds, and from there on out, they're handed over to the district, if you will. Is that the right way to frame this?
Yeah, so we had discussions with the affected school districts, and so they have agreed to some type of cost sharing, and we're asking for approval or authorize the city manager to go into a MOU with the school districts for that cost sharing. In the past, I don't have all the historical information, but in the past, I don't think that it's been paid for by the school district. It's typically has been paid for by the city. But again, you bring up a good point about what should it be? You know, it is kind of a sharing between the city's responsibility and the school district.
Chief, I'm going to go ahead and jump in here.
Yeah.
So one thing I would add is that historically the cost has gone up. You know, we were at $550,000 last year, but the year before we were at about $300,000. I mean, the cost pretty much doubled in the last 12 to 24 months. As to cost sharing, I want the community to understand that we're not talking about splitting costs per se, because none of us want our schools who need all the resources they can get for our students to have to sacrifice programming or curriculum for crossing guards. But I think that there's some consensus that the schools should have some skin in the game. So we're going to spend $400,000, but we're probably going to seek fairly nominal cost sharing from the schools, not to really have a big budgetary impact, but because I think it's appropriate for them to have some skin in the game. So that's the nature, at least my understanding. And by the way, those negotiations are ongoing, so there isn't anything specific to announce. It's nice that we have somebody from CUSD here, though. Maybe she can exercise some good influence. Any other questions? Yes? Councilmember Flagger?
Thank you, and thank you, Chief. I'm happy to see that the crossing guard item is back on our agenda, and I'm very pleased with the progress we have made, because this is something I very much supported a few years ago when the city decided to take on the full cost of this program, because in previous years, schools were contributing, and CUSD was a good example at the time where they couldn't even contribute a small amount as part of a cost-sharing plan. So I'm glad to see where we are today. And as the mayor said, you know, we're still in negotiation, we're still in talks, and so I imagine this will evolve. But I really just wanted to say I'm glad this is before us. So a couple questions, Chief, or maybe this is for Mr. England. Let's start with the reporting structure. So for the new staff that we'll be taking on for this program, will they report to you? Will there be a dotted line? What will that structure look like? Who will manage this new staff we're taking on?
It'll be a community service officer within the police department. So they'll be hired by the Human Resources Department and then reporting under the police department.
That's for the CSO, right? But for the communities, so will the actual crossing guards also report through the PD? Or
Yes,
will they?
Yes, they'll report to the community service officer. So the community service officer will manage the program and make sure all the crossing guards are where they need to be. So it will fall under the police department.
Then what is the role of the Human Resources Department then?
For
Just the hiring and okay.
Yes.
Thank you. And then we know, and these are not just anecdotal stories, we know for a fact that over the years we've had issues with crossing guards from sleeping on the job, no-shows, intoxication. And I'm curious how you plan to manage that as you go through this process. I'm sure there are things we can't prevent, but I'm just curious, looking ahead, how do we anticipate and plan to mitigate these types of issues?
Yeah, so I think we'll have more oversight over the hiring and just how the program runs in itself. Right now, we're completely hands-off because it's completely run by the third-party vendor who handles everything from the hiring to the training to the supervision and management of the program. So taking it in-house, we'll have more control over it and make sure that we have as many safeguards in place as we can to make sure that we don't run into some of those same issues.
And then for calls, like say, CUSD, a crossing guard doesn't show up, they would be calling the CSO to report the issue.
Correct.
Great. And then on the cost sharing piece, although we're asking the school districts to contribute some portion of the cost, will the city ultimately be 100% responsible and liable for any issues, City Attorney? We're taking on that full responsibility. Okay. And just a quick follow-up, will we be earmarking the dollars coming from the schools, or will it just be rolled up into the full cost?
At this time, we're not earmarking that cost. We're asking the schools to participate up to 10% of the cost. If they are unable to, then we will still have the funds budgeted.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from my colleagues? Any public comment?
We have one speaker, Ava Chow.
Hello again, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Ava Chow. I'm on the Cupertino Union School Board and also on the 2x2x2 with the City of Los Altos and the Fremont Union High School District. And today, again, I am speaking on my own volition. I want to thank you all for your collaboration and collaborative partnership, and I appreciate that in the past in our 2x2, we have talked about the exorbitant amount of cost that has increased with the school crossing guards and the suggestion of moving it to a city-based management. And so, and very happy to hear that there's cost savings and hearing that in the future, if we have higher retention, it does save money to our public services. I like to hope that as our city that we continue to have the current amount of crossing guards as it is safe. I know from our superintendent, we are working on the cost savings part. And from what I understand, Councilmember Lang mentioned about school property. I believe one of the crosswalks does actually touch the school property, but most of the ones that we are very much concerned is the one on Foothill Expressway. In regards to that, I've had conversations for Walk by Cupertino, which is a nonprofit group in Cupertino. I personally live in Cupertino. However, CUSD occupies in 6 cities, including the southern half of Los Altos. One of the things that I wanted to say from C. Melinskog, the president Walk by Cupertino, to kind of consider some things in long-term solutions and increasing the safety for our community and our kids. The infrastructure solutions such as encompassing bulb outs crossings with flashing lights, stop signs, like in the mid-street pedestrian, like the island part of Foothill, to show people a big sign that there is a crosswalk coming up. And also raised crosswalks could also be a good idea. The speed bumps work. I mean, if you're going 30 miles per hour, even like 25, hitting a speed bump is pretty jarring. So like maybe that could be slowed down just for the bits during the crosswalks and I believe we also shared these crosswalks with several other private schools as well. So thank you so much for continuing to work with us and helping our students.
Thanks, Eva. You know what? I'm going to have to bring this up on Friday when I have coffee with our county supervisor for this district, because Foothill Expressway is we should be asking the county for a couple of bucks on this too, I guess.
It is a county road.
That's exactly right. Yes, thank you.
It's also a VTA project.
The VTA project.
Yes.
At the county level, yes. It's another project. Thank you.
All right. So now back for council deliberation. Comments from colleagues. Councilmember Lang.
Recently off the campaign trail, number one thing you hear at the doors is keep the kids safe on their way to and from school. So this seems like a pretty high priority to me. I'm delighted to support it. One thing I'll just mention and ask, right? So, it says job and we'll pay folks and so forth. I think it's really important that they also know that the community values them, right? So that as you work to build this team and so forth, I would encourage you to come back to us, invite us to come, if they have gatherings, training, whatever. I personally would be delighted to show up and representing the community, tell them how important their work is to us. Sometimes when it's a rainy day or whatever, it might feel a little bit lonely and unappreciated. And so I personally would be delighted to go there. I was fortunate to grow up near an elementary school where Auntie Mary was the crossing guard. She was freaking amazing. Like, if you were sick a couple of days, the day you came back, Auntie Mary's like, where have you been, right? So she was a huge part of our community. And if we could build a team like that and I could help in some small way, I'd be delighted to support you in that way.
Thank you, Councilmember Lang. The plan definitely would be to show appreciation. I mean, we may even put together events like at the holidays, like an appreciation breakfast or a lunch, just to bring them all together in one group and thank them for their service because it is extremely important. They do play a very vital role in the community.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. It's my intention to support this mostly for the reasons that Larry already said. But I do think we ought to just pause a moment and acknowledge that even though there's a cost savings, there is a tremendous amount of staff resources that are now going to go into this. And I know, Chief, that you and Mr. City Manager put a lot of time and thought into this, and you've weighed the detriment of taking this on in-house, versus the cost savings that we're trying to generate here. It's another full-time employee for your department, Chief, and then managing 40, 50, 60 part-time employees is a tremendous amount of work. So if that is causing any issues in staff's bandwidth and capacity to provide services to the city, will you please come and let us know? I want the cost savings, but I don't want to do it at the expense of staff's ability to serve the community at the very high level you've demonstrated that you're able to do. So please keep that in mind.
I would like to extend on what Councilmember Weinberg just said. We've had some burglaries lately, for example, one on 2nd Street that was particularly organized and sort of broke new ground in terms of what the criminals are doing. So there's no doubt that our police department has, a lot of responsibility and a lot to juggle. And obviously the safety of our children is, as important as anything else in the world. But, closely behind that, everybody else's safety and all of the, the protection and service that you provide to the community. So if you do get stretched because of this, please don't hesitate to come back to council and let us know so that we can work to make sure that the department is always as resourced as it needs to be for our community. Any other comments?
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to clarify, and I appreciate the comments that have been made on this issue, but when I read the staff report, I really appreciated the fact that as part of this direction, it's giving Gabe and the chief flexibility as we roll out this program. So to the extent they need to make adjustments, they have that authority to do it. So if you don't need to come back to us, this is something where, you do this assessment. It's a new program. If you need to make changes, either, number of employees, managing staff, whatever you need to do, I would support giving you that delegation. Of course, if you need to increase funds to better support what you're doing here and you need to come back to us, that's a different discussion. But I really want to empower the chief and the city manager to really build out this program with these considerations in mind.
Councilmember Meadows?
I support everything everyone has said, and I can't believe that the third-party contractor is like the only supplier in the state of crossing guards. That's just unbelievable. So I don't want this to come across as, well, it's all about cost savings. It's really about the fact that they're increasing price year over year over year without control or accountability, and we have a chance to do it better. So that's really, a slight twist, but it gives us the ability to control and have accountability, two-way accountability with the people who will be servicing all the crossings. So I support it too.
Well said. Just from the comments being so supportive, I suspect this is going to be an easy vote. City Clerk, will you go ahead and we got to do a motion first.
Make a motion.
I thought, oh my.
I move that the City Council of the City of Los Altos approve the transition to city-based management of the crossing guard program.
Friendly amendment?
Yes.
And we do so by passing the resolution that was proposed in the packet.
So moved.
Correct. So just to clarify, the motion is to adopt a resolution approving the transition of the crossing guard services.
And just to, if I might, in the packet, it also authorizes the city manager to negotiate the MOU about cost sharing, so that should definitely be a part of the motion as well.
Yes, that should be part of the motion. Let me restate. So I moved that the.
Second.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead, city clerk, let's get going.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows.
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fliger.
Yes.
Mayor Daley.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, at this time, we're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We will reconvene by roughly 7 minutes till on this clock. Okay, it is time to reconvene. I'm sorry, it's 5 minutes later than I said we were going to do this. We have a little bit of a tailwind, so we should make up time before landing. All right. We are at item number 11 on the agenda, City Council norms and procedures. Do we have a staff report?
I don't have a staff report. If the council would like to call up any section from the norms, I can put it on the screen and we can review it.
Okay, rather than go through section by section, which I know is some of my colleagues want, I would sooner gouge out my eye with a dull spoon than have a committee, committee editing of text. So what we are going to do is we are going to identify the items that need to be addressed and then give staff guidance to address them and bring them back. Okay? And so for starters, we got a memo today from the city attorney that identified 2 items. City Attorney, do you mind if I give you the floor to speak?
I don't know if it was a memo. I think I just addressed it to you saying that 3.4 Open Government Committee, it's gone, so the reference to it needs to be removed.
All right.
And then there's a strange section in 8.1 about still having hybrid meeting attendance.
Right. So
and those were just my notes from my old.
Got it. Let's start with 3.4. John, if you could just bring it up real quick. Right now we're questioning what elements need to be addressed, and then we'll do public comment after we get our questions out. Do any of my colleagues have other elements of the norms and procedures that they've identified that we want to bring up as well?
I do, but that's really more discussion, right? I mean, that's.
I would like to identify them in this question process. I don't think that the public is capable of commenting until they at least know what elements of the norms we're going to be discussing. So just identify the section, and that's enough. Go ahead, Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you. So there was section 8.1, which hopefully we're going to get clarification on by the council tonight. This isn't a particular section, I think, but I would like to recommend that we change the way that we do the consent calendar. It seems to me that if an item gets pulled from consent, we ought to allow public.
Let me stop you right there. We make those comments when we get to comments, okay? All I want now is to identify what it is we're going to discuss so that the public can comment effectively if they have an appetite to do so. Any other sections? Councilmember
10.8 is something else that we need to clean up, I think.
10.8, what is that? What is 10.8?
The tentative council calendar.
Okay. So now we have open government. No, we have, what is it? Accountability. We have, is somebody taking notes on the sections that we need to? Okay. And then Councilmember Meadows, you had one that you wanted to?
Yes, I want to talk about section 11.13. It's titled teleconferencing, and there are some additions that I've personally experienced over the last several months about not referencing the new ADA accommodations under AB 2449.
We'll discuss it.
Yes.
Right, but now we're just identifying what the issues are. Any other elements of the norms and procedures that my colleagues want to review? Okay. Now we'll take public comment.
I have no speaker cards.
Shocker. And now I'll bring it back to council. And so the first one that comes up is, what is it, 3.4? This is one of the ones that you brought to my attention, City Attorney. All right. I will look to my colleagues. This is going to be something we're going to give guidance to staff on.
Is this different from the markup that was in the packet?
It's already marked up. I mean, this is the markup that we have in the.
Right.
I'm fine with the markup.
Yeah, as I understand it, the markup just reflects an action the council already took, and there's not much to discuss.
That's correct with regard to this particular issue. Yes. So do we have consensus? Okay. Your guidance is to go ahead and make those changes. Next one is, what was it, 8.1?
8.1.
Which is pretty much a similar situation, changes that reflect decisions already taken by prior council. Is that right? Nisa?
Thank you, Mayor. And City Attorney, I appreciate you pointing out the fact that this language was included during COVID, but I'm wondering if there's support from my colleagues to give direction to staff to maybe redraft this so that if another situation presents itself where we do need to switch to a hybrid model, we don't have to amend the norms because that's what we had to do quickly. So there's a way to draft this, and to the mayor's request, we won't wordsmith 8.1 right now. So the direction to staff is to draft this so that in the event we do need to switch to hybrid, that it would allow for it.
I definitely support that. You may consider language such as, in the event of a public health emergency or other extraneous or, extenuating circumstances. Yeah, whatever you language you think is
I could
appropriate.
also imagine a situation where there's a natural disaster and we have to meet an emergency thing, and so we should cover that as well.
All right, so the guidance is to rewrite that section, taking that into account. And then the next one is the first one that you mentioned, Jonathan.
Yes, the way we deal with consent calendar, I think it would make sense that if an item is pulled from consent to be treated like any other item. So if there's going to be public comment on an item that's pulled, we wait to have public comment until before the council actually deliberates on the item.
I support the intent, but I find it awkward to think about if it doesn't get pulled, someone still has to make a comment ahead of time on the consent calendar, or else they lose their opportunity if it doesn't get pulled. And then they get to comment twice if you then let them comment again. So how do you have a solution?
Yeah, so you're absolutely right, and the solution that I propose is that the mayor first asks if anyone wants to pull an item from consent. And then after an item is pulled from consent, then we do public comment on what's left on consent, and then we treat whatever was pulled off like any other agenda item.
If any council member wants to pull an item from consent, okay.
And can I just clarify, that's how we were doing it for years before we switched to this reset model. So we did it. This is when I came on council, and even before that was how we did it. And so I support going back to that.
The one scenario I could imagine would be a situation where pull one, or you do the public comment, somebody makes such a compelling comment, you're like, goodness, I wish that were pulled now, because I would like to actually consider that. That's still possible. Yeah?
Right, City Attorney?
Yeah, okay, cool.
I actually like the way it is now, but I'm a clear minority, so you have your guidance. Next element is the second one that you brought up.
10.8, tentative council calendar. There's 2 paragraphs in this item. I think that the first sentence of the second paragraph is, the tentative calendar shall be included in each city council regular meeting agenda packet as an informational item. I think that's fine. That makes total sense. Then it goes on to essentially require the council once a quarter to consider the tentative agenda. We've never actually done that. I don't think that number one, it's language that we don't follow. Number two, I don't think it's language that if we were to follow would make things better. We have the tentative calendar in front of us. We can all talk to the city manager when we want to. Ultimately, Mayor, it's up to you when something gets calendared to have a requirement that we consider the tentative calendar once a quarter. I don't think it's productive.
I actually think that we do comply with that as it's written, insofar as at every meeting we have an opportunity to bring up future agenda items, which is essentially consideration of the future calendar, and it requires multiple council members.
But this says that each quarter, the tentative council calendar shall be brought to council as a discussion item.
Fair enough. Yes, Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor. And I support Councilmember Weinberg's suggestion. I actually liked what former Mayor Meadows did when she was mayor, where it was at the beginning during the retreat that you had us look at the tentative calendar and go through it, remember? So, and I think that's actually the more productive way to do it, where we're discussing priorities, and it's sometimes a new council where we look at the tentative calendar and we say, do we really want to keep this on the calendar? Is there still a legal or business reason to keep it on the calendar? So one option is we take out the language that requires us to do it each quarter and just make it part of the mayor's retreat item where we go through the tentative for the annual calendar.
My preference would be to strike that section. Just strike it. You know, the mayor can, at her or his discretion, do it in the retreat or put it on the agenda. It doesn't preclude us from putting it on the agenda if we strike that.
I want to build on what Councilmember Flagger said, which is we're really talking about two different kinds of tentative calendars. I mean, we in essence have a parking lot because we talk about future agenda items, which are in this parking lot of tentative calendars sometime somewhere. And then we have one or two council meetings ahead, which are technically what we call tentative calendars. So I think what we did in the council retreat was look at that parking lot of the huge laundry list of things that are not necessarily one or two meetings in advance and say whether they're still relevant or not. Did we lose track of a priority item, for example, et cetera? So they're two very different things. I don't know that we have to mandate the parking lot item, but we certainly don't otherwise do the parking lot. So, but I don't know who even keeps that. I might remember things that I was interested in, but I will not remember what Councilmember Lang was interested in unless he makes a good joke about it, and then I can remember
I would just
it.
comment, let's not use the metaphor of parking lots.
My bad.
So, Councilmember Meadows, it sounds to me like you're okay if we just strike that. I mean, striking it doesn't preclude us from doing any of the things
I'm
that we're
fine
talking about doing.
if we
Do I have
strike that, yeah.
a consensus on striking that as an easy answer?
So 10.8, everything after the first sentence in the second paragraph.
Yeah. Everything that's struck through.
I'm seeing wide eyes from Mr. Maginot that
No, I got it.
that we're on the precipice of.
It's so if you look on the Zoom feed, it is. I am sharing my screen and have struck it out.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean,
John, would you rather have us kibitz each word? Would you rather have us go over each
want some
word
group editing?
and edit it? No, I didn't think so. All right. So do we have what we need here?
Well, and does
So-
that
so I
tie
had it.
into
Yeah. Are there other-
to 10.9 then talks about placing items on a future agenda, which is kind of where we end up with the parking lot. So, the long list. The long list on the school campus.
You don't see any problems with 10.9 though, do you?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. All right. I am not hearing any other sections that need to be addressed.
11:13.
11:13.
Oh, yes, that's. Oh, yeah.
We revised that not too long ago. Do any of my colleagues have an appetite to revise that again? No. Okay. Yep. What, Councilman
So,
Weinberg, what did you say?
that was
Point.
Sally.
Oh.
Yeah,
Sally?
I'm moving to that right now. Actually, I don't need to because I
Oh,
printed that
11.13
page out.
teleconference.
Sorry.
Right, that was Sal.
Yes.
Right, that was Councilmember.
So section 11.13, currently it's titled teleconferencing. Maybe legally that's a correct description, but I think it's really remote participation. But
if not, that's fine. You can still call it teleconferencing, but that's a very archaic thing that most of us are not doing anymore. But the more important part, and actually it does say city council members may participate in meetings via teleconference. It should be just participate remotely in meetings in accordance with state law. But what was just passed in July by the governor was the ADA accommodations in AB 2449, which supersede the 20%, family emergency, just cause, whatever. But I would have, the last several months, I was availing myself of the ADA section. There's no mention of that in the remote participation section. So I would propose that we call that remote participation, and then we also make mention of the ADA accommodation in AB 2449.
I have another suggestion. I think that we should just, rather than refer to that particular accommodation, I think we should defer to state law. And when state law changes, we don't have to rewrite our norms.
That's
Well, no, I think you need to go a little bit broader than that, not just state law, but also in accordance with the opinions of the Attorney General, because state law didn't change, but the Attorney General's interpretation of state law with respect to the ADA changed. So so some sort of wishy-washy language that accommodates that.
Yeah, the Brown Act, state law, and relevant Attorney General opinions. Because when it first came out, I said no, you had to attend. It was a workplace requirement. And then the AG came out with that opinion and said, no, never mind, we think it's different now, and it can be a reasonable accommodation, so.
So state law, I guess case law, and AG opinions.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying about the wording, Sally. I would just say that the archaic wording may come from the state law.
Right, and I acknowledge that at the beginning.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I said that may be how you have to legally refer to it still.
I see, okay.
Yeah, I did acknowledge that, yeah.
We can call it remote participation.
Remote participation, otherwise known as teleconferencing in the Brown Act.
No
Okay,
telegraph.
I think that's enough guidance on that issue. Are there any
Mr.
other?
Mayor,
Yes.
if I could.
Yes.
So the section that is in here about 20% may participate via remotely, and no more than 20%. That also that's beyond the state law,
Right.
because it includes the traditional Brown Act,
Right.
and so do you want to keep that in there, or do you want to take it out?
I personally do not, but I look to my colleagues to see what their view is on that.
I'm okay taking it out. I think it was in there for a reason, and I'm not sure it's relevant at this point.
I'm fine taking it out.
If I could, I think it was included because that's what we're requiring of commissioners as well.
Right, okay.
Councilmember Weinberg, do you have any comments on that particular issue?
I would take out the 20%. I think if someone needs to participate remotely because of an ADA accommodation, no one is going to say that the 20% rule is reasonable. And frankly, we're an elected body. We're not an appointed body. So
That's
having
right. That's right. We're accountable to the voters. They can hold us accountable for that. Yeah. Agreed. Okay, that looks like enough guidance for item 11 on the agenda. Staff, do you need more from us? Okay.
No, Mayor. We'll redline based on the direction received tonight, bring it back to council for adoption.
Perfect. And now we're moving on to what will be really quick and easy. Funding options for public safety infrastructure. For example, the police building or fire station roof. Staff report.
Yep.
This one you might actually have a report for, right?
I do. I'm starting the new year off with a PowerPoint presentation, which I know is just crazy. So good evening, council. This is continuance of the discussion on funding options for our public safety infrastructure. This commonly refers to our police station as well as the fire stations. specifically looking at the funding for a new police station. So our current station was built in the late 1960s, approximately 10,000 square feet of usable space in various states of disrepair is the kindest way that I can say it. Last June, the council received a report on the condition assessment of the facility, and at the time directed staff to come back with options for funding a new police station. I will say we are using the cost estimate of $50 million. That's based on our best guess at this point. As council provides further direction and as we move forward in the project, of course, we'll refine that number. But the number of 50 million at least gives us something to talk to rather than just talking in theoreticals. The city has done over the last 3 years, we've conducted 2 surveys, which found that there really wasn't an appetite for a ballot measure to raise funding for a police facility. None of the potential ballot measures reached even 50%. The closest we came was with a UUT that reached 49%.
John, can you stop for a second? We need to kind of know what this is.
I think it's the cleaners.
Sounds like a garbage truck or a vacuum.
Wait, John, can I
Yeah.
just want to caution everybody. This is looking, it would be a general tax, and so it would be more than just police and fire facilities. It could be used for any other general tax purposes. So we really should not just limit it to the police facility, so in the uses of this money, okay?
And as the city attorney has prepared us for the next slide, there are a few things that we are bringing for the council to consider as we move forward. The first is a better understanding of the financial position of the city. We currently have approximately $15 million in unassigned reserve funds, a portion of which could be used towards any project, including a potential police station. There are other methods of financing, including traditional financing. This would be, taking out a loan from a bank. There are several other options that we could do. There is the revenue measure, which, as the city attorney has indicated, there are 2 types of revenue measures. A special measure is one that is identified in the ballot language as specifically for a use. You think of these as a bond measure for a new facility, or the city had a bond measure about 10 years ago for the community center. That was a special tax. A general tax is just that. It is funds that can be used for any purpose, including for public safety needs. It could also be used for other maintenance and recreation activities, et cetera, that the city services that the city provides. And so that is something that, as we move forward, if the council gives direction to look at a general tax, we will make sure that we identify that those funds can be used for any purpose. And then the last one is the option to move to become a charter city, which I know the council will discuss and will discuss more in the following item. As a charter city, the city could look at what is called a real property transfer tax, which, if you read the state code, is about as confusing as it can be as to what it actually is, and it's referred to in different terms and whatnot. But this is a tax regarding the sale of properties. So when a property is sold, the city could collect funds. And there's information in your staff report as to what the city currently charges as a general law city, what we are allowed to charge as a general law city, versus what some of our neighboring charter cities are charging, as well as revenues that the city could have earned if we had had such a tax in place. And so staff is looking at 3 options for financing a new police station. As the city attorney has mentioned, primarily a general tax. Even the real property transfer tax would be a general tax. So the first is, a general tax for the full amount, applying unreserved fund balance to the amount so that we can bring down the amount that's required through a tax, and then the charter city option. And so what staff is looking for tonight is direction from the city council on which options you would like us to explore. We, of course, will then go and really dive into them and engage the proper individuals who can help us understand exactly what it is we are looking at and how to best go about taking the next steps. And then we will come back to staff with that information, or to council with that information.
I, for one, would like to see analysis on all 3 of those options, as well as the, a bank loan. So I have a strong feeling that the cost of money is going down and that that's a worthy consideration, considering that we have a revenue stream that we can use to service the debt. Colleagues, do you have questions for staff? Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. It's no secret that the assessor is concerned about changing our form of voting. Is there any concern with the assessor, working with the assessor, in the event that the council were to go through the process of becoming a charter city and changing the amount of the DTT that we're charging, or the RPTT as you've called it?
I don't know that we've had that conversation with the assessor's office. If that's something that the council would like us to do, we can certainly reach out to them. My guess is that they will not, as they collect the funds, and they're happy to get as much funds through as they can. And there are other agencies that adopt taxes and whatnot all the time.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
I'm not proposing this, but I will bring up that last time we had a subcommittee, and do we want to get information first and then think about whether we want to have a subcommittee? And I'm not advocating for a subcommittee. And I think one of the challenges, not the major challenge, but one of the challenges is in what Councilmember Weinberg and I worked on together as the subcommittee was that our colleagues didn't have the same amount of information as we did, and it was more difficult, I think, because of that. So I just want to bring up that word, subcommittee, to make sure we make a conscious decision about if we want to think about it now or think about it later, or reject it out of hand now or something.
Yeah, Mayor. So you can't appoint a subcommittee tonight because it is not on the agenda. So when we come back with more information, we'll include that as one of the an option. So you can discuss it. You can discuss it tonight. You just can't vote on it.
I personally am not in favor of a subcommittee because of what you said. I was one of the 3 that, for whom the process seemed rather opaque. But that was not really the problem. The problem was it was opaque for the residents. Whereas if we actually deliberate in an open meeting, the residents have a better understanding of what goes on. So my preference would be not to do a subcommittee, to contemplate a subcommittee anytime in the near future, which doesn't preclude us from doing a subcommittee later on if it's appropriate. But my feeling is at this time, I'm not eager to consider that. Does anybody else strongly disagree with that? Okay. Other questions? We are in question period. Yes. Lisa.
Thank you, Mayor. So a couple of questions. Thanks, Mr. Maginot, for the PowerPoint presentation. On the 15 million unassigned reserve funds, which is one of the options, I assume this is above what we have right now in our reserve funds.
Oh, were you going to?
I was going to say correct. Yes, that is correct.
And can you remind us how long it took us to build up to that 15 million unassigned reserve amount? Because this was something Mr. England had created after he came on board.
It's been 3 years, 4 years. We last used the bulk of our unassigned fund reserve for portion of the community center, as well as we applied some to the PERS reserve and sent some money to Sacramento to lower our unfunded liability, and that was a little over 3 years ago.
Right, so this $15 million has accumulated over 3 years. And I'm curious with that option, and I know the analysis, depending on the direction tonight, would include this, but I'm curious if we were to pick option 2, which uses that $15 million, is the vision that we would draw down on that immediately, or it would be phased in so that we're not down to $0 and have to wait another 3-5 years to build it back up? That would be my concern there, where this is a very valuable amount. The reserve amount is completely separate. We always look at this unassigned amount for fires, so we want that money.
Councilmember Flagger, I actually think this is a discussion, not a question. So we can come back to it because I think it's very important, but I don't think it's a question. I think it's something we need to discuss.
Okay.
If that's okay with you.
That's
Because
fine.
I don't know the answer would be, it depends, or maybe, or, so we should discuss it. Yeah, cool.
Okay, and so I have another question, Mayor. So on the charter city schedule for the potential RPTT, City Attorney, could you walk us through if, hypothetically, if we're looking at a November 2026 election, what the timeline would look like? Because as we give direction for staff to do analyses, I just want to better understand how long that would take and then how quickly it needs to come back. Because, we learn from the past, and we don't want to have a situation where we don't have enough time to vet it and make sure we meet whatever election calendar we're trying to meet.
Well, we would have to back it up from the November 2026. We would have to go through the charter meetings and have I could bring back that timetable. But I do know some cities have become charter cities for the real property transfer tax, and they put in their charter the ability to have local taxation, and then they can come back with a separate ballot measure for that real property transfer tax. Like St. Helena just did that. It was in the charter, but then they did a companion tax. So there's a couple of different ways to do it. There's a way to put it in the charter that says we will be a charter city and we will have a real property transfer tax of a certain percent. And then that is already in the charter. So there's some slight change, differences about how you could do it. And we will be talking with a tax consultant that helped with our UUT. We'll probably be talking to them again. And then, but we will have to, in 2026, call the election, make sure that we have all the charter meetings and follow that timeline before, and then it has to be adopted and available. I'm going back to when we were first looking at it, something like 21 days before it goes on the ballot. It has to be available. So there's a lot of time periods in there. I mean, you think CVRA had a lot of timetables. This one is just as complicated.
Can I ask a follow-up question or a clarifying question?
Go ahead.
So are you saying that if the council wanted to move forward with asking the residents to allow us to be a charter city, we could do it, and we wanted to see if the residents are willing to increase the DTT, we could have one measure which would have the charter city and the DTT amount, or we could have two measures. Measure A being, do you want to be a charter city? And then if measure A passes, Then measure B would have been, do you want to increase the DTT? So there's two measures at one time?
Yes, that's what I believe St. Helena did, but we would have to make sure that we're doing it the correct way.
Of course.
So but the charter does have the ability to do the real property transfer tax as a local tax, and then you can have a separate ballot measure. There's different options with that.
So we will deliberate over whether or not we want to do a real property transfer tax and whether or not we want to include that in the charter if we decide to do a charter.
Yes.
That's the way the deliberation will be broken up. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay.
And one last question, Mayor. On the general tax for the full amount option, Mr. England and subcommittee members, did we consider that the last time we looked at that? I thought we did. And I'm curious what would be different this time.
So we, Vice Mayor Flagger, we tried to recap what the subcommittee had studied the previous two times. It was laid out in the staff report pretty well. No general or special tax broke the 50% threshold. The only reason to bring it back is some taxes that were not considered that many people could feel are less objectionable than a parcel tax as a sales tax. If you're using a portion of the 15 million, you could pull a sales tax where it doesn't reach the required annual amount to cover the bond. But the 15 million or a portion of that could cover it, making a sales tax viable.
Got it. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
So we're talking about the 50 million, which I get is like a bigger than a bread box number, or just to give us a number to think about. But it's not like if we get that done, all our public safety expenses are solved. We then have firehouses, which are particularly one up by the municipal service center is dire, right? So any sort of number we should carry around in our heads, again, not just looking for something swaggy. I'm assuming it's double-digit millions that we'll eventually need to deal with the fire stuff, which particularly if we're going to renegotiate our fire arrangements might call the question sooner than we might like.
So, Councilmember Lang, the fire station in particular that you're talking about, we have a design through County Fire that they like and we like. 2 years ago, that cost about $13.5 million to build. We look at escalation costs of 5% annually, and then plus materials may increase further. But your larger point is correct that the 50 million is for a police station. The less complex of the two fire stations, which would need to be replaced first, is 15 million now with a large variance. And then Almond, which we're starting to replace the roof now. We're starting to take care of some substructure, some foundation. We'll probably follow that first fire station and needing more work, and that will be more expensive than the one by MSC.
Okay, if there's no other questions, we'll turn to public comment.
I have
Mr.
one
Steinle?
card, Mr. Steinle. I was trying to get his attention.
I imagine here you're going to talk about parking around the high school, right?
I've been holding it in all evening. Thank you. I'm very encouraged by what I heard. I was reminded as I was preparing this of a quotation that I learned as a kid by an author called Stephen Leacock from one of his books known as Gertrude the Governess, which is a comic novel. There's a line in which he has a character, he talks of a character, he says he flung himself from the room, flung himself on his horse, and rode madly off in all directions. And I was a little concerned that we might be getting into that sort of situation. And I'm less concerned now, having heard you speaking about this. I am also concerned about the charter issue, and I don't necessarily see it as a solution, and I'm not sure that we would want to adopt a charter in order to solve this particular funding situation. So I think what we need to be, and I'm encouraged to think that you are thinking this way, very careful about what we want and how we want it. The solution is going to be all of the above at the end of the day. In some sense, and it might be necessary to do some staging and that sort of thing. And I agree absolutely that we want to know much more about what's involved in all of these before we make any kinds of decisions. My concern is that we are running up against a kind of a soft, hard deadline. We've got to replace these buildings because otherwise we'll have to replace the buildings sooner rather than later. At the same time, we're looking at things that are going to take a lot of time. I think that we probably, if it's going to be on the ballot in 2026, we have to have everything ready by January of 2026. That is starting the meetings and all the rest of it because of the times. That doesn't give very much time to get this ready and to work out the numbers and that sort of thing. And I'm a little, if people are not eager to be taxed, we're going to go to them and say, we would like to be a charter city so we can tax you. At the same time, in Los Altos, the big industry, perhaps the only industry, is real estate. When you stop and think about it, that's what we are. We are land rich. That's our resource. So getting some of the gravy from that seems to me an excellent idea. It's why we're here. Okay? So I'm in favor of that sort of an approach. I'm not sure whether this is the way to get it. I don't know. But anyway, I think these are all balls to keep in the air. You don't have enough to worry about. Balls to keep in the air over the next 12 months, because that's about as much time as we have to get this done, if that's going to happen. So those are my thoughts. I have other thoughts about the charter as a separate thing, which I'll save for another minute. Okay, thank you.
Okay, with no more further public comment, now we'll bring it back to council for deliberation. So who would like to kick us off? Nisa, do you want to start with the sort of question / comment that we...
Sure. It's just better understanding if we were to direct staff to explore the option of using the 15 million unassigned funds, how we would replenish those funds, because that would be my concern. And you may not have a plan right now in place. So it's really planting that seed. This is a valuable funding source. And so I would love to hear from Mr. England or Mr. Maginot if they've thought through already how we replenish this fund quickly if we were to pick that option.
So, Vice Mayor, I don't think we would be able to replenish the fund quickly. We were able to build it up by doing some one-time things, which are always available in the budget, but we were able to do a few of them right away, which contributed to that 15 million. We also, by council direction, fund other things prior to the unreserved fund balance now, so facilities, fleet, things that we've talked about a lot. So when we talk about using a portion of the 15 million, the most likely way would be as if you pass a tax, then it goes to the assessor. You don't actually start collecting that tax till the following year. So you would use, in an example where we're borrowing 50 million and paying 5 million back, we would get a year early start and sell 5 million less in bonds by starting the project after the vote was passed, but prior to the tax being collected. You could also supplement some costs annually and ongoing, but that becomes a much more difficult proposition when we look at the current priorities of the council in areas where we've increased funding and we'll need more general fund funding in the future, particularly around streets and transportation, that were needs we didn't have in the past. So I don't think we'd have a plan to replenish it quickly, and I don't think we would recommend using all of it. Of course, it's council's funds. You're welcome to use it how you desire, but we were looking at a portion of it to offset either early construction or to make a sales tax more palatable.
Got it. Thank you.
Councilmember Meadows.
Yeah, to build on that, and I do agree that we probably need information on all these options, and it's not necessarily all about 15 million. It could be, 10 against, there could be a different scale than 15. But at the rate you're going, Mr. England, we would expect another 5 million to have rolled in and maybe 5 more after that before we, so 15 was last year. What are you going to do for us this year? Right? So, but no, practically speaking, yeah. So, but anyway, I would like some information on all of them. And getting back to Vice Mayor Flagger, I think I've been calling you council member all night. I'm sorry. Question about what changed from item number one. You can you explained that, you can flesh it out, but if some of these are going to be more evident than others, I think, even with just some basic information. So not asking you to make the decisions for us, but don't spend a lot of time beating around bushes if they're not too attractive bushes.
And Mayor, since it's come up twice on the more information, we do, of course, want to provide council with all the information that you're asking for. One of the things we found out twice from the consultants is they would not recommend moving forward any special tax period. They did not recommend moving forward any general tax that didn't have approval higher than the margin of error. So if you're 50 plus 1, I believe our margin of error was around 4.5%. So unless you were polling at 55%, they didn't recommend moving that forward. When pressed, they said the UT was the best bad option. So bringing more information back, we're happy to do that. We wanted to include that in the staff report, but a lot of the underlying principles have not changed. And doing an additional survey is likely to yield similar results, with the exception of property tax wasn't surveyed the second time. Sales tax was never surveyed.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think this comment is going to dovetail on what the city manager just said. There's no question that we need more information, but I think that it's time for us to start getting information again from professionals. I think that we need to know what the costs are, but I think that the time has come for the council to retain a political consultant again. Hopefully there's someone who's now willing to work with us, who's good, that's not being rushed. But how do we frame? I like to know about a general tax for the full amount, general tax with unreserved fund balance applied, the DTT, maybe a sales tax. I think getting or UUT, but having a consultant work with us to package this and message this. I think we're at that point, and then we need to poll it as well, because sitting in this room, we can't possibly make an educated decision about which of these is going to be most likely to be supported by the voters. And we've really got to get this out there in the community. It's striking to me that there aren't many cities in Southern California that have an increased DTT. Most of them are in Northern California or in the Bay Area. I'm not sure why that is, but that was really striking to me. Frankly, I don't think that increasing the DTT is going to affect the real estate market in Los Altos at all. But is Silvar going to raise alarms over it? Are there other political considerations that have the ability to move public opinion that we need to think about and work with and communicate with and bring on to work as a team? Or if we can't work on it as a team, let's start having those discussions. But we're really, I believe, at a point where we need to have a really good professional help us package and message this, and then we've got to poll the public. And yes, if you're polling the public a year and a half before you're planning on putting something on the ballot, that's problematic. But what we've done in the past is kind of waited to the last minute, and that process has not, I think, really brought us forward in the way that maybe it could have.
I agree that we need some professional help packaging, but I don't frankly think polling is going to do a damn thing, because I think we're going to get the same result. And what moves the needle is when we go out and lead in the community and change people's minds, right? And having been involved in the parcel tax extension for LASD and the more recent revenue measure, both of which passed by what was a surprising margin to some, it's because the voters were engaged on the topic. Polling them, if they poll at 50% without any engagement and without any leadership, I'm cautiously optimistic that's not a bad number. I mean, I don't think we need to poll at 55% to do something. We need to go out and move the numbers up to 55% to do it. And that's our job. That's what we have to do.
I don't disagree with that, but I suspect that the political consultant will say the best messaging that I can do for you is going to have to include an element of polling so we know what parts of the messages are working, and then we can continue to refine it.
Sorry, and Mayor, to clarify that point further, the political consultant will often say we have a track record of passing at 95+%. And that's because after polling, they decide if they are going to go forward as your political consultant in the campaign.
Right?
Yeah, there's selection bias in their success rate. I get it.
Right, what I'm saying is that I don't think we would have kept the political consultant on either time after polling. So certainly we want to. Yes, the polling for the consultant was difficult to determine a path forward. To your point, when the school pulled their bond, people thought it was going to be a lot closer. So it's not that the poll's right or wrong in the end. It's that the professionals make their determination on if they're going to continue a campaign based on the polling.
And Mayor, may I? Isn't it true, and City Attorney, you didn't jump up and down, but as I recall, that we're actually not supposed to go out there and sell this. We're actually supposed to be objective, and we're not supposed to be, can you refresh my memory of what it is I'm remembering or misremembering?
Well, once the measure gets on the ballot, you put the measure, you call for the election, and you get it gets assigned a ballot measure number and all of that. Education really needs to stop at that point, but you can educate, we can have FAQs, we can hire a consultant to develop FAQs and even do the polling. And then after it gets on the ballot, you need a friends of group that can go out and sell the measure, and because the council can't lobby for the ballot measure. I mean, not as council members.
Exactly. Okay, so thank you for refreshing my memory, and whether there's different standards or not, but we just can't go out and sell.
Right. There will be limits, but it doesn't mean that we can't lead. Selling and leading aren't necessarily the same thing.
Yeah.
Could I make two comments?
Please.
So as I think about this and as I read it, sort of two quotes come to mind for me. So one, I once heard Fred Smith, who was the founder of FedEx, and the question was, do you have any advice about how to manage? He did pretty well, like FedEx did pretty well. And he said, here's an important piece of advice. Don't waste time trying to make rocks float, right? And one of the things I'm particularly sensitive to is that when staff comes back and says, we checked, that rock doesn't float, that we don't send them back and say, hey, could you try harder to see if the rock floats this time, right? Some of what I'm seeing in this report says that a general parcel tax is a rock that's going to sink fast. And I don't, the importance of moving forward in finding a way to fund our public safety infrastructure is in a way too important to me to waste more time watching rocks sink, right? What I took away from this was that the most popular thing was the transfer tax, which kind of makes sense, right? And it almost, you can imagine the narrative there where people are like, yeah, that makes sense. You're moving to the community. It's like joining a country club. You got to buy in, and that's the buy-in. If you don't want your new house to burn down, pony up, right? So there's that part, which is, I'm fine with studying it some more, but I definitely want to move to the point where at least we're thinking about, here are our top three, and not making the decision tree spread out more. We should be thinking pruning, and there's some things here that seem very prunable to me. The second quote that came to mind is Rahm Emanuel, which is, don't waste a good crisis, right? And so the reason I ask about the fire department, right? It's terrible what happened to LA, but there's a silver lining sort of for us, which is, I'm thinking public safety and first responders are kind of top of mind for a lot of Californians right now, right? And so to me, there's this sort of narrative opportunity to say, look, we think that we've learned from this, and our first responders need to be a priority. We need to focus on learning and investing to make sure that they have the infrastructure that they need to do the job that we're going to want them to do if such a thing were to happen, or an earthquake or whatever, right? that's top of mind for the residents right now. And to be able to go and say, look, we think that the time to invest is now. It's probably overdue, but no time like the present. And we think that the way to do that is with the property transfer tax. And the only way we can do that is by becoming a charter city, at least for this issue. That's a narrative I think people can understand. And I think that's very important. I think that the notion of having a narrative that doesn't go on for paragraphs and paragraphs is very important. So no floating rocks. Don't waste the opportunity created by the crisis.
So, Councilmember Lang, you're actually touching on something that I've been waiting to say, right? And there's more to it than that. Police, critically important. We have a police station. It's somewhat functional. It's certainly problematic in a lot of ways. But are people going to die right away if we don't rebuild the police station? I hope not. I don't think so. The chances are small. The chances are larger that people will die if we don't address some of the issues with the fire department. So if we want to have success funding the police station, showing wins is also a good part of the narrative. So take that $15 million reserve balance and start spending it down on what we can immediately do to improve the infrastructure at the fire stations. And then as we go back to the public and ask for more money, we can say, look, we are actually investing this and making things better in our public safety infrastructure. And here are the results. And this is why you need to trust us and support the effort to rebuild the police station or whatever other public safety initiatives that we have. But I would say, you know, in keeping with Rahm Emanuel's off-color concept, that we right now should be talking about how we can use some of those reserve funds to identify mission-critical, high-priority things that we can invest in at the fire departments, or fire stations, rather. So, yeah, don't waste a crisis. Don't make rocks float. And, you know, maybe the reserve balance is the buffer that we need to show positive results and positive traction in improving public safety. Because one of the things, and you may actually have more recent experience with this than I, Larry, but when I talk to residents, you can tell them public safety is critical. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. I'm all for public safety. I support the police. I support the fire department. Most of them look at you and go, yeah, I'm glad that you're saying that, but it's really just yada, yada, yada until somebody writes a check and buys a new roof. Vice Mayor Flagger.
I'm good. Nisa is fine. Thank you. So, couple comments, and I'm actually enjoying this discussion. So, with regards to Rahm Emanuel's quote, I think we'd be so far removed because we wouldn't actually start doing the polling after the analysis until later this year. To really build on what you're saying, Councilmember Lang, but I appreciate it. I think if that's the approach we're really thinking about, the mayor's point where we need to take immediate action and justify it, as opposed to thinking polling, 6 months from now, we can say, remember that crisis, because unfortunately, folks' memories are short. I will say, though, what we saw in the last poll, and I defer to Mr. England and the subcommittee members to correct me if I'm wrong, there was a disconnect where our residents care about public safety, right? When you ask them those questions, it's yes, it's a priority, and they're concerned about these things, but somehow they weren't willing to support a tax measure to fund it, right? And that's the disconnect we've seen. And I agree with you, going forward, regardless of which one we decide to support, that's what the experts will have to help us work on and figure out. How do we really reach voters to convince them that this is, if you really care about public safety, this is the way to fund it, and have them understand it. Like folks will say, take the general fund dollars, don't come back to us for taxes. The city should figure it out and fund it ourselves. So I really think that communication piece will be very critical as we go forward. With regards to the transfer tax option, for me, so Councilmember Lang, we'll see where we end up at the end of the evening if we're going to ask staff to analyze all three. You obviously, so far, sound like you're in support of the transfer tax. And for me, it's less about whether or not we pursue a transfer tax and more about the vehicle we would use to get there, which is the charter city. And I know other cities have considered going charter over the last 2 years, mostly related to housing reasons. But they've backtracked because they've learned about the pros and cons to moving forward on a charter city. And so in the analysis, yes, I want to better understand the transfer tax, the pros and cons, potential opponents, and how we would actually sell it. But I actually think, for me, a critical piece of this option is understanding the pros and cons of moving to a charter city if we decide with that option. Thank you.
I very much agree with that.
I do too. Can we just give guidance that we want a SWOT analysis of becoming a charter city? You guys know what SWOT analysis is? Strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats?
Certainly, council could give that direction.
That's the next item on the agenda anyway. We'll deal with that then. But for right now, do we have, it seems to me that there is at least a partial consensus that the three things that we don't already know are rocks, we should get a detailed analysis.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Huh? Pumice floats. Yeah, good point. Yeah. Yeah.
Certainly the real property transfer tax.
Rocks float, by the way. They do under certain pressure. Yeah. You just have to increase the pressure and increase the pressure and temperature of the water.
So one of the three is real property transfer tax. What were the other two?
The other two were general tax for the full amount and using the reserve as a buffer. And I think you ought to look at that, not necessarily explicitly related to general tax, but related to any other spending measure, because that buffer is there regardless of which financing mechanism we pair with it.
So a general tax for the full amount could refer to parcel tax, sales tax, UUT, or I guess we've got RPTT already. So you want us to go forward with all options for general tax?
Not if some of those options are rocks.
Well, wait a minute though. It's your staff report that listed those three.
Certainly, these are all options. I'm asking if he wants to move forward with all of them.
So is there a reason that we wouldn't want you to move forward with all of them? So it's clear to me that there's one specific tactic that staff favors exploring. Are the other two options put there simply because you wanted to put other options in front of us, or are they legitimate? Are these stones that may turn out to be pumice?
Could I clarify too, Mr. England? That's actually why I asked in the Q&A why we have the general tax option here, because I know it was considered the last time we explored it. So whether or not there were different types of general taxes that you were suggesting here that weren't explored fully the last time. Remember?
Yes, correct. So council can explore all of them always, and they all are legitimate options. I think we were hoping to focus in on some specific options moving forward, as it would be difficult. So the public in general on the UUT, when you're trying to tax on or explain and take a poll on a UUT, it's confusing. So then once you move from UUT to sales tax to parcel tax, and you start talking about different taxes, it becomes much more difficult.
Gabe, let's just make it simple. Come back with what staff thinks are the best three options. Analysis of what staff thinks are the best three options. And if that's insufficient, we'll tell you to go back and do more work then. But
so what is it that we're expecting from staff on those three options, though?
I'll give you examples. So I would like to understand the various costs of capital for each of the three options. I would like to understand the rough likelihood of resident support for those options. You know, if you were able to say, we don't know exactly, but we do know that a general tax is the least popular option amongst residents, that would suggest, you know, moving in a different direction. So I'd be looking for kind of a ranking of what the residents are most likely to support, what the costs of capital are for the different options, you know, kind of what are risks and other, you know, do your best to anticipate unintended consequences. I know that's kind of an oxymoron, but anticipate unintended consequences. But that's what I'm looking for is cost of capital, likelihood, and risks.
Okay, but there's little doubt in my mind that staff thinks the way to success is to go charter city and do a documentary transfer tax. So I am anticipating that the report that we're going to get back from staff on these three options it's going to confirm where staff is right now. So to do an analysis like that, I don't know how much more that really buys us.
So I'm confused based on Councilmember Weinberg's comments, and this is the second time you're making that comment, Councilmember Weinberg, implying or basically stating that staff has a preference here. Because if staff has already done the analysis and they're recommending one of these three, that would be what I'd want to hear. Because I read the staff report and my impression was they're open to considering all three options and doing the analyses related to all three options. And for me, with the general tax, I just want to clarify. If we already did the analysis and the polling the last time for a specific type of general tax like the UUT, and the polling wasn't strong and we don't think anything has changed, that shouldn't come back. So I look to Mr. England to let us know whether or not one of these three options staff already knows is the best path for us. Because if not, then I support within a short time frame, because we really don't have a lot of time, and that's why I'd asked the city attorney about the timeline, to come back and do the analyses on the real options here for us to consider. And to the mayor's point, and its likelihood of success, the cost, and then also just the process and what it will entail. That's what I would want to see on these. And then I do want staff to come back with a recommendation.
So I frankly don't care if staff thinks that one option is the best right now. I still want to see the analysis, and you may change your mind by doing the analysis. And if you don't change your mind, you're going to prove to us that that is the right option. So that's a process we need to go through anyway, because we have to tell the community that we've gone through the process and convince the community that it's the right option. So please do the analysis.
So yeah,
Even on two things that you think are likely not to prove successful, because we have to show that we've examined the other options.
So for clarity for council, what the direction to staff was to bring back funding options for the police department. So we're not making a recommendation at this point. If you're asking us the top three we would look at, it would be the transfer tax, it would be the parcel tax, which was not fully explored last time. It would eliminate the UUT, and then we'd look at a sales tax with a portion of the funding coming from the unreserved fund balance.
Yeah, and I think we're mixing here, if I may step in, Mayor. General tax with UUT is a different path than general tax with sales tax. That's what makes this whole conversation so confusing, and it was last time too. So I don't think we're necessarily ruling out general tax for full amount. It's the vehicle that you're choosing to recommend with it that we want to hear about. That said, I will give an opinion, which I think that the documentary transfer tax, or whatever we're supposed to be calling this thing, or a general tax with some vehicle that you would recommend with the application of an unreserved fund balance could be very attractive, because then we're putting skin in the game. And that's what happened with the community center. And, so I think there's value to that. So to me, the second and third are the most attractive, but you might have one under the first, general tax for full amount using sales tax, for example, or parcel, though, you know. The population only likes taxes when it goes on someone else, like the hotels or the transfer tax or whatever. But so anyway, I just try to, because we're kind of getting bogged down in things that are not the same, but we're using, because it's easy to use the lingo that makes it sound like they are the same.
That's good clarification. Any tax we're talking about is a general tax. It would not be a special tax. It would go for general purposes. A general tax can be applied in a number of ways. So if what I'm hearing is staff will come back with the analysis on the property transfer tax, a parcel tax, and a sales tax, using the sales tax would use a portion of the unreserved fund balance.
Yeah, if staff thinks those are the three best options at this time, it's possible council could get the report next time and say, we're still not happy, but I think that's a good approach.
Is it worthwhile to look at a parcel tax? I mean, that pulled so poorly.
Again, I think it's worthwhile to look at it even if you know it's not the right answer, because you have to tell the residents, this is what we've compared it to, and this is why we're choosing the real estate transfer tax.
Yeah, but I could give
If
you
we
20
looked at a
options
parcel
that are not going to work either.
Parcel tax was the second option of the three we're bringing back, the property tax. So real property transfer tax, we'll run the tape. I don't know what I said.
Yeah.
Real property transfer tax, property or parcel tax, then a sales tax using a portion of the unreserved fund balance.
So to your point, Councilmember Weinberg, I don't disagree with you at all that there's probably 20 funding mechanisms that are completely non-starters, right? But what staff is talking about is evaluating the top three, knowing that potentially number 3 and number 2 are so far below number 1 that they're really, all in on number 1. But we still have to perform that analysis to justify our decision.
If I may, I also think that set of 3 covers the decision space pretty well, right? Like there are 3 different enough options that it illuminates the decision before us. So I think it would be a good one, both for the analysis, but I think also it would be a good one. I would hope that the public was as interested in commenting on the decision as they are about high school parking.
All right. I actually think we have guidance on this issue now, Gabe. Do you need anything else?
No, Mayor.
Okay. If it's okay with my colleagues, I would like to move on to the next one. Okay. Now we are at Charter City, item number 13.
All right, good evening, council. Tonight we're gonna go over charter cities and city council term limits. This was requested by the council in late October of last year. I'm just gonna go over a high level from the staff report, as I don't have a formal PowerPoint since the kind of information is pretty dense. So just the high level background is that in California, there are 2 main type of governing cities. There is general law, which the city of Los Altos currently is, and then charter city, which we've obviously somewhat discussed and has been previously discussed in the city by prior council's potential considerations. So the main crux of some of the components of difference between the 2 is fundamentally some of the governing allowances that are afforded to a charter city, which is something that can be very robust over the years as you continue to add on more to a charter. But most cases in the initial charter kind of passage is kind of keeping it pretty simplified and very much mirroring off of what the general law cities are required of. There is some kind of key components that are highlighted through the in the staff report, which really kind of talks about some of the differences, which are kind of, there's a very big variable depending on what the council and the community obviously would want to proceed with for a charter. There's procedural aspects in regards to the adoption of resolutions and ordinances. There is also the election differences where you can move towards things such as like ranked choice voting, which the community has previously talked about. Setting certain term limits and vacancy and termination of office. So also dealing with elections. Public contracting policy, there are deviations from the standards that are required of general law. Some aspects of local zoning and land use, however, I will say is that has been recently challenged in a few different areas of the state housing laws. That is considered an area of statewide concern. So that is one of those kind of caveats where it's not as black and white, where home rule doesn't explicitly apply as it once used to. And then obviously, as what we previously have discussed in the prior item, is the scope of authority related to taxation. So there is additional provisions that allows a city to do with their kind of form of taxation and what they would do with a real property document transfer tax, which is similar to our neighboring city like Mountain View recently had on their ballot initiative. So with that being said, is that we obviously the council did also request to discuss specifically the term limits. We did provide some specific analysis, and there were some answers to council Q&A from this agenda packet. However, I do think there might be some more specific caveats and questions that might be asked by the council. In regard to if the council were to consider moving forward with a charter city, as we are obviously in kind of the good sweet spot that we have plenty of time to kind of start progressing and moving towards that. However, similarly to the CVRA, as the city attorney has mentioned, and similarly to taxation, there is going to be a prescriptive kind of compliance schedule for us to make sure that we were to hit a ballot for the 2026 ballot. That being said, is the last kind of main kind of component is that this would not be able to be considered until November of 26. So it does have to go on the even years for consideration by the electorate. With that, staff is available for questions and the discussion.
All right, look to my colleagues for questions. Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you. This is beyond the scope of the staff report, but I'm curious. If the city of Los Altos were to become a charter city, how would that affect how state housing law affects the city?
Well, I would say probably 90% of the housing bills say that housing is a statewide crisis, and this law applies to cities, counties, charter cities, charter counties. And I would say most of them, as written right now, do apply to charter cities. So I don't, I know that there was one lawsuit where they said it didn't apply, but the court, what happened to that case? The court, it's still, yeah, they lost badly, but it's still circulating. So, so I don't think it's going to help us with, I know there's believers out there that say we can try to get our home rule back, but those are, I don't think that's common practice.
So just
right
to be clear, I was not thinking that it's going to help us. I was curious just essentially it was a question to start the thought process of what are the unintended consequences, because the staff report, understandably so, looks solely at the issue of term limits and of course in the framework of what we just, the agenda item we just did. But something that Nisa alluded to earlier is cities have been looking at this, but then when they're really getting into it, they're finding that there are detriments or possible detriments when a city council that has a much different philosophy on issues that are important to us has the ability to make large changes in how things are moving forward.
And we could come back. I know there's the league booklet here about what's the difference with the charter cities, but I know just over the years, prevailing wage. There was, I think it was the Chula Vista case. It was one of those cases where they said that it was a home rule and cities could determine their own, they didn't have to pay prevailing wage. Well, soon thereafter, we got SB 7, and it said charter cities, you have to pay prevailing wage on and they had some exceptions for construction and for maintenance. But if you did not become an SB 7 city, as we city attorneys refer to it as, then the state was going to hold up your gas tax money. So, you know, I'm just using that as an example. There's like these little victories, and then you get slapped back down. And a housing area is where charter cities, it doesn't really make a difference, I don't think, anymore because of the statewide housing crisis. We can do a real property transfer tax, and as a general law city, we can't. We can, term limits, we don't have to be a charter city to do that. It would be something that could be considered. We could say that we are going to follow the election code, but also we could have the option of ranked choice voting or cumulative voting, but we'd have to be a charter city for that. I'm just thinking of some of the things that have come up recently, but it would, there are some benefits, but there are some cities that have tried to go charter and they failed at the ballot, or they pulled them back immediately because they got last minute opposition because they were going charter to avoid districting, and that, I think, backfired. So there are benefits, but it just depends on what you're looking for in the charter. Are we just going to do a very bare bones charter to pull out some of the benefits like ranked choice voting or real property transfer tax?
Or are we
I'll
going to
answer-
adopt a charter and then pursue some of the aspects of being a charter city
Yes.
that are allowed?
Yeah.
Well,
So-
but the point is, once you become a charter city, you've now opened the door for potentially unintended consequence. And I'm getting into discussion,
Yes,
so
exactly.
I'll pull
That's what
that
I was gonna
back.
say.
But that's
So it's
that's
time,
what I'm trying to get
it's time to
Okay.
move to public comment, and then, okay, yeah, one more question?
I
Go ahead.
wanted to clarify.
I didn't have any yet.
Well, then take as many as you want.
I wanted to clarify just further for Councilmember Weinberg's question specific related to housing or really the zoning provisions. Charter cities does allow one of the main differences. So there's the matter of statewide concern, which that's a deviation, and that's kind of somewhat changed the application of home rule for charter. However, charter cities are not obligated to require or to adhere to their general plan. Their zoning code can be inconsistent with the general plan provisions. Oh, they changed it? Okay, I don't have that case law, but that's in front of us on the table that they gave us. So that's interesting. So, but that's been one of the applications though that has actually deviated, I know, in Southern California. So if it's changed, then I guess then we would be really limited. I don't know. The only other thing that I would say is from working in jurisdictions with growth management initiatives that are still allowed to prevail, we wouldn't be able to do a new one. However, it does then slow down the process for certain major land use documents from being updated to where then things could have to start ricocheting, like I think is kind of the question, is that it could essentially start sending things to a vote of the people, which would be very concerning for the zoning component.
And then if we became a charter city, because it has to be at the statewide primary, general election, which is different than just a regular election, amendments to the charter can be at any election, I believe. So they make it easier to amend it.
Okay,
Easier, except for that it's the voters that have
Yes,
to amend it.
the voters have to, but it doesn't have to be at the.
Nick, it sounded like you said if the city wants to make changes to its zoning code, those changes will have to go to the voters if we're a charter city.
It's not a requirement. However, that there are charter cities that I have worked for in the state of California that have the unintended consequences by voter initiative to then start requiring major land use documents to include a vote of the people, where then we have had to sue ourselves into declaratory relief in order to be able to get around that case. So that is an unintended consequence is when you try to include small provisions that spoil the vine, essentially. And that's exactly how it happened in Southern California for a jurisdiction. So it then also slows it down for corrective action as well. So that's the unfortunate part that in regards to hopefully the statewide concern kind of addresses it, but that's what some jurisdictions have in their existing charters.
Allow me to pose a hypothetical that goes along the lines of Councilmember Weinberg's question. So imagine we have a faction in the city that is particularly obstructive. I know it's really hard to contemplate that, but let's say we have a faction that's particularly obstructive and they decide that the best way to obstruct things is to put an initiative on the ballot and get the voters to force council and city management to, bring every change in the zoning code back to the voters or whatever the case may be. I mean, how easy is it for somebody who is obstructively minded to pervert or misuse or take advantage of the features of a charter city to bind that city up in public votes over stuff that doesn't necessarily get referred to the public in other jurisdictions?
Well, citizens' initiatives can happen even without being a charter city.
Right, but there's no charter to change with the citizens' initiative, right? But charter changes can happen much more easily than the creation of a new charter. I mean, a citizens' initiative is not going to create a new charter because the citizens aren't going to write a charter.
No, but there are some general plans that are voted upon by the people, and then they can't be changed without the vote of the people. There have been some zoning initiatives that, and so we can look at that. There's that house up in Los Altos Hills, that historic house or historic park or something. It's not the Halsey House, it's something else. But they put it into their general plan through a vote, and it cannot be, it's designated as open space. Yeah, it's designated as open space, and it can't be changed without a vote of the people. I will have to find that.
We had Measure C 4 years ago.
Yeah,
I was
Measure
just
C.
going to say that sounds a lot like Measure C.
Yeah, no, that's not, it wasn't Measure C, it was a long time ago. It was Los Altos Hills.
Okay, so I do think we need to understand some of these bugaboos, some of the gotchas that we might encounter with a charter city. The bottom line is that adopting a charter is not a panacea. It's not going. It may not solve the problems for which we're pursuing it. So let's get a deeper dive on what the implications of becoming a charter city are. The discussion about term limits. No, we're in discussion now, right?
Wait, but no, I didn't. I didn't
sorry.
get to ask
No,
my
I'm sorry.
questions.
Sally,
And
I'm
B,
sorry.
we didn't take
I'm sorry.
public comments.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please, Sally, ask your questions, then we go to public comment if there are no other questions from other
Right.
colleagues.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, so this is a two-part question. So the term limit is in with this discussion about charters. This is from 1999, so 26 years ago now. And so, but I heard you, city attorney, say that we don't have to be a charter city to change the term limits. It's a vote of the people. We take it. So it's a vote. So really that should be off the table for a charter unless it's just a mechanism if we're going to a vote of the people anyway, we'd ask them about term limits. But it's kind of really independent from charter. Is that correct?
Term limits could be
By
any,
themselves.
any vote of the people or
Yes.
in a charter. So we included it specifically as it could be an option, but it doesn't have to be.
Okay, great. That's helpful. Yes, go ahead.
If I may, thank you, Councilmember Meadows, because I had a similar question because they were included in the same staff
Yeah.
report. So to that point, Mr. England, is there a difference then if it's a standalone term limits ballot measure versus if it's part of a charter? Does making it part of the charter afford different things?
So I I think if you're including it in the charter, then that is part of the charter consideration that you're asking voters to make, but it does not have to be, and it could be applied the same. So if council wanted to change how term limits are today, it does not have to be included in the charter. So there's no benefit other than you're asking the voters to make a change at one time.
And Gabe, the timeline is different. We can put term limits on the ballot in 2025.
I believe any statewide election, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, then my second part of the question is talking about this ordinance from 1999. And the wording says to me, it's an ordinance of the City Council establishing a term limit for council members at 2 consecutive terms plus completion of an unexpired term. And it basically goes on in section 2-2.02, no person shall serve more than 2 consecutive terms on the Los Altos City Council plus the completion of any unexpired term to which such person was elected or appointed. So I'm not reading there, and is that why there's an interpretation that you can take a break. There's nothing about a break. You can take a 2-year break, and then all bets are off and the clock is back to 0, and it starts over. It does not say that. So is the omission the relevant factor there? You attorneys would be able to say.
It's the city attorney's impartial analysis, which is the legislative history of that ballot measure. And it said that the purpose behind this was 2 consecutive terms, or you could fill a partial term with a special election or an appointment if there was a vacancy, which a vacancy is different than, and then it was that you could sit out 2 years and come back and restart the clock.
So the impartial analysis explicitly stated that, even though this ordinance did not?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was looking for. All right. That's all my questions, Mayor.
Do we have questions, or do we have public comment? I'm sure we have at least one in the front row.
We have 3, and the first speaker is Eric Steinley.
Obviously here to talk about the climate action plan now, right, Eric?
No. I think we should charge parking on Jordan. We would solve all these problems, right, if we just put parking meters on Jordan with 10-minute intervals.
If we just bought 3 parking meters, they pay for themselves, we get more.
He's already done.
I'm going to give 1 minute for these kind. No.
Okay. I'm of 2 minds about charter cities. I spent some time actually looking at charters and charter cities. And what I discovered is there are 121, one of which is Bell, and so doesn't count because they became a charter city just so they could steal money.
Yeah, the Bell legislation, it's known as. Yeah,
right. So 120, they did. The city manager of Bell made $1 million a year. He had to give it back and he went to jail. But hey, there are 120 charter cities. There are 480 municipalities in California. So 25%, exactly 25% of the cities in California are charter cities. Of those, 108 which became charter cities between 1850, which is when San Jose became a charter city, and 1999, 2000. In the last 25 years, beginning in 2000, 17 cities have become charter cities. Interestingly, half of those in the years 2008, 2009, 2010, which is interesting. Maybe Steve has some insights about why that happened. My question is, why isn't there a rush if it's such a good idea? And that's one of the questions that I think we have to have answered here. I also want to know where the home rule thing came from because it's not in the Constitution. But in any event, I think it's something we want to think very seriously about. The question of unintended consequences is exactly the one. I would recommend for people who like to read charters, some of them are basically the municipal code in the form of a charter. The older ones tend to be that way. Buena Park, where Knott's Berry Farm is, 1 page. Okay, so there are various ways of going about this. The charter can be basically anything that you want. It can be 4 paragraphs. It can be 400 pages, okay? I don't recommend the 400-page approach, right? But we can think about it in a variety of ways, and it might be really simple not to think of it as a Christmas tree, because that's the Housing Accountability Act, and we all know how logical and reasonable that turned out to be, okay? So I think we want to go. It was a Christmas tree. What started out as a simple act has now become Jabba the Hutt. In terms of the composition, but I think we have to think very carefully about this and not jump into it, because it isn't necessarily the panacea. It isn't clear, for example, if we wanted to do it to control elections, that we could get them certified by the Secretary of State, because the Secretary of State has indicated that the Secretary of State, the Chief Elections Officer of California, will not necessarily certify things that aren't based on the law, which says winner takes all. So we can put things in. We can't necessarily get them. So we have to think about what we want it to be.
Thank you, Eric. Question for you.
Okay.
In your review of those charters, 25% being charter cities and 17 having adopted charters more recently, do you have a sense for whether or not those communities that have more recently chosen a charter, if it was something that this community did based on the real estate transfer tax, we are unique amongst those 400 plus municipalities in that we're probably in the very top percentage in terms of cost per square foot of real estate.
Right.
And so it makes, in the context of the real estate transfer tax, it makes it a somewhat different question than it would be for a municipality that did not have
the resource that we have. Yeah, and that is one of the things that I think comes through. I think in some cases, the ones that more recently adopted them were ones where there suddenly was a great deal of growth. They were like Los Altos in the middle of no place, surrounded by fields, tiny little town, the traditional one stoplight town suddenly becomes a suburb of a bigger city, and suddenly it goes from 5,000 people to 50,000 people. And this is a way perhaps of controlling some of the things that hadn't had to be controlled before. I think there are some places down in Southern California, and they're more in Southern California than in Northern California. Northern California is pretty well supplied with charter cities. Southern California, less so. And so some of them, and some of the Oceanside, for example, I made a note here, Oceanside, which is down by San Diego, was incorporated in 1888, and it was chartered in 2010. Some got chartered on their centenary. Let's celebrate by doing a charter. I don't know. It's hard to know sometimes what motivated them, and without anything, about the knowledge of what went into it, it's hard to know. But there seems to have been some sort of, and this may be what you're getting at, some sort of a triggering causal situation, okay, that led them to do that. Because there's very little that you can do with the charter that you can't do with the code. But there are some protections you may be able to put in with the charter that you can't put in with the code. So it may be something along those lines. So you'd have to know much more about what happened to know whether it made sense. And there were some that I think it was Eureka that had a charter, and they got a letter from the man from Malibu, and they wrote back and said, stick it in your ear, and we're not going to do that. And I think they had their first district elections this last go round. So, it isn't necessarily the protection that people think it is. And I think that's to Jonathan's point. I mean, that we have to think really seriously about what we're getting and what we want to get out of it and how we're going to do that. So,
thanks.
That's what I have so far. Okay.
The next speaker is Steve Chesson.
Oh, and the previous speaker was a font of misinformation. Good evening, Mayor Daley, Vice Mayor Fliger, Councilmember Meadows, Councilmember Weinberg, and Councilmember Lang. My name is Steve Chesson. I'm president of Californians for Electoral Reform. I emailed you a longer version of this testimony. I am pleased to see that Los Altos is considering becoming a charter city. I want to make 3 points related to this issue. First, it is my understanding that you are considering becoming a charter city, either so that you can adopt a property transfer tax or so that you can adopt some form of ranked choice voting, or both. My advice to you is that your initial charter should contain only one substantive item. The more items you put into an initial charter, the more reasons you give people to vote against it. The general law city of Davis serves as an object lesson. In 2008, they drafted an initial charter with several items in it, with something for everyone to not like. Naturally, the people voted it down, and they're still a general law city today. Your initial charter should have just one substantive item in it. Second, that one item should be the one that gives the proposed charter the best chance of being adopted, and the only way to determine that is by polling. If you're going to spend 5 or 6 figures to put a proposed charter on the November 2026 ballot, you should spend 4 or 5 figures to determine what initial charter would have the highest likelihood of success. Finally, as a ranked choice voting advocate, I must take issue with the last paragraph of the staff's report, as it mischaracterizes the state of the county's progress towards ranked choice voting. It is not struggling. It is engaged in a slow, deliberative process, as behooves the consideration of changing the electoral system. First was the adoption of an enabling charter amendment in 1998, but ranked choice voting equipment wasn't available then. The acquisition of such equipment finally occurred in 2019. Advocates waited until the new equipment was successfully used in the 2020 elections before advocating for the use of ranked choice voting because they didn't want any problems with the new equipment blamed on ranked choice voting. Since charter counties do not have the same plenary authority over their elections that charter cities have, out of an abundance of caution, the county requested a district bill that would give it explicit authority to use ranked choice voting. That led to AB 1227. There are several more steps that remain, but the county is on track to have its first ranked choice voting election in 2028. As for the assessor, his opposition to ranked choice voting is well known. He is not the best authority to render an opinion as to the county's ability to conduct a ranked choice voting election. For that, one should ask the Registrar of Voters Office. Both the former registrar Shannon Boucher and the current acting registrar Matt Morales have expressed confidence in the ability of the Registrar of Voters Office to conduct a successful ranked choice voting election. After all, would you ask the Registrar of Voters to estimate the value of your property? Then why are you asking the assessor about ranked choice voting? I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
I have a question.
Thank you, Steve. Go ahead, Councilmember Lang.
Well, I might actually ask the Registrar of Voters if they came up with a lower answer than the assessor, but putting that aside, you said something about 2028. The county believes that they'll be positioned to do ranked choice voting in 2028.
Well, as I explained in my letter, there are some steps that still have to be gone through. The Finance and Government Operations Committee of the Board of Supervisors is the one that has subject matter area over this. And they have, ranked choice voting has been before that committee several times. Mm-hmm. And the last time they asked they asked staff to come back with a detailed implementation plan. And that is scheduled to come back to them in April. Should they approve that plan, and the feeling of the advocates is we have the votes, should they approve that plan, it would then go to the full Board of Supervisors, probably be on their agenda in, say, June. If they approve ranked choice voting, they would then ask staff to draft an ordinance to implement it. Staff would do that. That would probably come back maybe in September, and it requires 2 readings to adopt an ordinance. Now, the registrar, the previous registrar, and I believe the acting registrar also believes in this, that they would want at least a year's notice before the primary that would not have county elections on it in order to implement ranked choice voting for that following November election. So to implement ranked choice voting in November 2026 with a June 2026 primary, they would want to know by June 2025 that the county was going to do that. Well, that's not likely to happen given the timing that I just explained. There are also some political considerations. that go into why it would be, why the Board of Supervisors might want the first ranked choice voting election to be on 2028 as opposed to 2026. For one thing, the assessor, his election is in 2026. He's adamantly opposed to ranked choice voting. So by delaying it until 2028, you mute his opposition. There's also some supervisors who may have some mixed feelings about ranked choice voting. They're not generally opposed to the county adopting it, but they wouldn't want their reelection campaign to be affected by it. So they'd rather be on a year where they're not going to be affected. Does that address your question?
So a takeaway that I can take from that is the earliest one could expect them to be ready would be 2028.
That is correct.
Okay. And just thank you for taking the time, and I appreciate your answering the question and providing all the information you have. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you. Oh, and by the way, Eureka went to district elections long before the most recent election. I don't know where Mr. Stanley gets his information.
Steve, hang on. I have a feeling we might have some questions from a few more of us.
Oh, sure.
Thanks. I appreciate that. Councilmember Weinberg, you look like you're about ready to ask a question.
No, I'm not going to ask it.
Okay. I will ask a question. Given the discussion that we just had and the previous question, if our own timeline is to potentially put the charter question on the ballot in 26, and then the next election where it would take effect would be 28, and it's therefore sort of consistent with the timeline for the county's preparations.
Let me address that.
I guess I'm saying, my question is simple. Is our timeline then pretty, does it jive pretty well with the county's timeline?
Let me give you an example. Suppose you put a charter for a real property transfer tax on the ballot in 2026 because your polling shows that's the one that's best likely to pass, and the voters approve it. Then in the primary election of 2028, you could put a charter amendment on the ballot to change your plurality district elections to ranked choice voting elections, and that would take effect the following November, so you could do it that way. Or, and again, you'd want to talk to Mr. Schenkman about this, but he did approve a proportional ranked choice voting remedy for the city of Albany for a CVRA case. Excuse me?
They entered into they did a stipulated judgment that's not over yet, so I would say he didn't approve it. He's still watching it.
Well, I don't have the quote here, but he was asked about that in the settlement for the city of San Luis Obispo to adopt limited voting, which is a semi-proportional solution, semi-proportional system for the CVRA notice letter that he sent them. And in the newspaper article, I'll be happy to send that to everybody after this meeting. He was quoted as saying he was impressed. I'm not quoting him exactly, but basically he said that he was pleasantly surprised that the first proportional ranked choice voting election in Albany went as well as it did. It elected their very first Latino council member and very first Asian American council member. And you're right that the stipulated judgment did provide that there would be two elections after which they would they had 90 days to hold a meet and confer to see if proportional ranked choice voting did resolve the CVRA situation. After the first election, they didn't even bother with a meet and confer because it was clearly so successful. They just had their second proportional ranked choice voting election this past November. 90 days would be November, December, January, February. I spoke to a Albany City Council member who was the prime mover behind Albany going to proportional ranked choice voting. And as far as he is aware, Mr. Schenkman hasn't asked for a meet and confer yet. And besides, the burden of proof would be on him to prove that proportional ranked choice voting was not an adequate remedy to the CVRA situation. That's the way the stipulated judgment was written. And like I said, he's very open to proportional systems or semi-proportional systems when it can be shown that they provide a better opportunity for the protected group to elect a candidate of their choice than district elections would. And as I believe I showed the last time I was in front of this council, given the districts that you have, proportional ranked choice voting would provide a much better opportunity for the protected group to elect a candidate of their choice than your current districts, or any districts that you could draw for that matter. So I'm sure if you decided you wanted to explore the option of proportional ranked choice voting, I'm sure you would be able to get Mr. Shakeman to say that he would not oppose it. Of course, there's always the opportunity, since proportional ranked choice voting is not in the CVRA safe harbor as it is currently written, although my understanding is that the League of California Cities is got a project going to try to get that changed. Since it's not in the safe harbor, that would not protect you from some fly-by-night attorney sending you if you go to proportional ranked choice voting, some fly-by-night attorney sending you a CVRA notice letter. And then you'd have to decide, okay, do we spend 6 figures to defend it? Because clearly we got a system that works, and the California Supreme Court has held that in order to win a CVRA case, you have to prove not only does racially polarized voting exist, but that your proposed remedy is better than whatever system the city is currently using. So if you switch to proportional ranked choice voting, and that's a better remedy than districts, you would clearly win a case, my opinion, my non-legal opinion. But you'd still have to decide whether you wanted to fight it or not. If I can give you the example of the city of Burbank. They were presented with a CVRA notice letter some years ago, not by a fly-by-night attorney, but by an attorney who made a lot of money sending these letters and getting cities to cave. They went through the process. They adopted a notice, a resolution of intent. They held 2 public hearings before drawing maps. They hired a demographer. They drew maps. They held 2 public hearings after that. And my organization showed that a proportional or semi-proportional system, proportional ranked choice voting or cumulative voting, would be a much better remedy than going to district elections for the protected group. They invited the attorney and his prospective client to discuss this. Instead, the attorney sued them. The city of Burbank is fighting that lawsuit. They've allocated $1 million to fight it. The first complaint was tossed out on a demurrer. The first amended complaint was tossed out on a demurrer. The second amended complaint, one cause of action was tossed out, but the other cause of action is going to trial. I forget, it's later this year. So we'll see what happens there. But
Thanks, Steve.
one last thing, if I may.
Make it quick, and anything you
Very
want to
quick.
send to us, you know you can.
Yes. The California Supreme Court, in its Pico versus Santa Monica decision, did hold that cumulative voting, limited voting, and proportional ranked choice voting are legitimate remedies to CVRA cases. It's just that they are not in the safe harbor of the CVRA as written. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate your indulgence.
Thank you. What do we have? One more public comment?
We do, yes. Joe Beninato.
Look at this group. Speaking as a resident, not as a commissioner, Eric. I wanted to talk about term limits. And first thing I'll say is it's been really great tonight to see the collegiality between this group and the conversation that's happening. And I think that's how we will get to the best outcomes, is when you guys, you can't in your off time go off because of the Brown Act and try and solve the world's problems. But here you're able to do that, and appreciate the time and the energy that all of you put into this work. It's striking. Term limits. I've hated term limits for as long as I can remember, and I've never understood why the lack of term limits, that is. I've never understood why a 89-year-old senator would want to keep going to Washington every couple of weeks to deal with the nonsense that goes on in Washington. And, I think it's an addiction of some sort. And with regards to Los Altos, knowing, as I've gotten to know many of you over the years, how much time is required for this job, I think it's best for people to come in, put in their time, and then move on, and let the next generation of colleagues take care of business. So whatever you can do to implement this, I think would be great. It's not to say that 8 is necessarily the right number. I think it might be. I don't know. Maybe the one closest to approaching it might. You want more? You want 12? I'm sure. So anyway, no one spoke about that. I just wanted to at least have someone on the record pushing for this, and I'm sure there are many other residents who, if asked, would feel similarly. I don't know how we ended up with this weird. You can take 2 years off and then you can come back and rest up or whatever. I don't think we'd want that for President of the United States. I don't think we want that for senators, and I certainly don't think we want that on City Council. So thank you.
Okay, thanks. So that's the public comment. Now we'll bring it back to council for discussion. For the purposes of our deliberation, I'm going to suggest that we treat these two issues separately. The two being charter city and term limits. And so I actually want to take term limits first, because I think we can actually get through that pretty quickly. And my suggestion to my colleagues is that some minor wording changes to the ordinance. For example, if we said, no council member having served 2 full terms shall be eligible to run again, that would mean the following. There would be no situation where a council member could take 2 years off and return to office if they had already served 2 full terms. So in our district paradigm, if you have somebody who has an outsized influence in their district, that doesn't turn into sort of perpetually ruling Los Altos, right? That's why we want to tighten up the term limits, because now in the district paradigm, we have a fear of, tilting the what is otherwise a fairly reasonable balance. I really like the language that says, no council member having served 2 full terms shall be eligible to run again, because it also means that in our transition to districts, if, for example, we had a council member who was elected at large, but his district calendar didn't coincide with her, or his district calendar did not coincide with when their term was up, they could run in their district and then resign their at-large seat before they take the oath of office for the districted seat, and would be able to serve, since the first term would be a partial term, they would be able to serve 2 full terms as a district representative. So, yes.
I would like to research that some more.
Please. We're not agreeing to language tonight per se. I'm offering that as an example of a direction that we could go in, and I think whatever consensus we end up with, we're going to give direction to staff to come back and say, hey, we've looked at this language. We think this is what you need to do legally to accomplish what you're trying to accomplish. I'm just outlining some of our objectives and giving examples of wording. So now I turn to my colleagues and see if you have comments on the term limit question. Councilmember Lang.
What an interesting hypothetical for you to raise. I believe city attorneys asked for more time to analyze that one, and I'll look forward to seeing that analysis. Zooming out of that hypothetical, which might or might not be of interest to me, I think that there's sort of an interesting thing as I thought about it more broadly as we face the districts, right? Because there's the concern that someone becomes entrenched. And I do think when you look at the history of Los Altos elections, term limits have served a purpose, right? That they remove the advantage of incumbency and prompt voters to look freshly at people who can serve. And I think when you look back over the past decades, that's generally been a positive thing. My concern is that when we go to districts, we're going to have a smaller pool of candidates, right? When you look at this election, if we I didn't bother looking at the districts, but if you look at this one of the 3 districts, if it had been districts, would have not had a competitive election. Right, because there were 5 candidates, 3 districts would have been up in this cycle. And so at least, if it perfectly mapped, one of the districts this cycle wouldn't have had a competitive election. And there's no guarantee in some of these districts that people will be forthcoming. And so one of the questions I asked in the packet, which is clearly in the more distant future, but it concerns me, is a scenario where somebody has done a good job for 2 years, and nobody steps forward. Nobody else in the district is interested in the seat. And council is forced to appoint someone. And the one person who's like shown a willingness and competence to do it is rendered ineligible, right? So I don't know. I mean, one of the problems we have as we consider this is we don't yet know the impact of district elections on the dynamics of our voting. So it's a little difficult to extrapolate from what I think is generally been a positive thing of the term limits into what the hypotheticals for the districts would be. So I guess bottom line is I haven't really made up my mind about what changes, if any, are necessary. So necessary now that it's time to spend our energy putting it before the voters, because that's really a bigger ask, especially when we have these other things that we need to think about. A reasonable resident might say, what is with you people? Districts, term limits, charters, enough with the theoretical government. When are you going to actually do something about the police station, right? And so I'm a little bit hesitant to get too constitutional or whatever right now, unless there's some big problem. And I'm not sure that I see a really big problem without letting the districts play out some more. But I'm open-minded. I could be convinced by somebody.
Councilmember Meadows.
Thank you very much, Mayor. So for one thing, and I agree with talking about it in and of itself, and then a mechanism can be discussed later, rather a charter or a separate ballot measure if we go down that route. But I'd be very interested in the cost. I mean, let's just say it's by itself. Forget the charter piece at the moment. How much does it cost us to put the term limit on the ballot? Right, and we're talking about, well, how do we fund the, public safety infrastructure? So cost is something I'd be interested in knowing. Then I also wonder, and I saw this with the commissions. It went from when I was on planning commission. Well, when I was on planning commission, it was first planning and transportation commission, but it had been planning commission before that, and then it became planning commission again. And there were some commissioners with the name change or the redefinition of the commission, their terms changed and they became eligible. So there were some planning commissioners who served 8 years, and then when it became PTC, they were, and I might have this slightly wrong, but you get where I'm going with it, they were eligible again. We've gone from at-large to districts. I don't know how that affects, that's a new title, really. And so does that mean it's reset anyway? So I want to understand the complications, because we might not be able to solve something if going to districts reset everybody anyway. So that's a key point. I also want us to look at what San Jose is doing right now. They're in an unenviable situation. They're going to have an election, but in the meantime, they're making an interim appointment, and they've got like 11 people who are running for this or looking to be appointed as an interim council member before the election can happen. What happens if this language, again, what are the unintended consequences? And I fully support that none of us should be doing more than 8 years, or we're actually saying 8 years with, 2 if you have it unexpired, but still. But in San Jose, we're a smaller town. We're not going to have 11 people for anything, to do with council. So if we're saying, okay, well, you've already served 8 years or 10 years, so we're not going to look at you for an interim, but we've seen, for example, Fremont Union High School found a very qualified interim in Rod Sinks. And, so we could be, cutting are off our nose to spite our face. So I would like to think about all that very carefully. I completely agree with the principle. 2 years off and come back for another 8 years, that's not good for any of us. But I wonder, you know, particularly, do the district reset the clock for one thing, and then all the other thing, you know, costs and whatever. I won't repeat myself, even though I just started to. I'll stop with that. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, could we allow the city clerk to respond on cost?
Yes, if you have a response, that's great.
Yes, I do. So the cost portion of your question actually varies. So if we were to hold a special election in an off year, by off year, I mean odd year, so 2025, because that is a special election, the cost would be quite higher. I cannot give like an actual, fees are set by Santa Clara County ROV's office because that is who we partner with. However, I don't want to say that it's going to be an exorbitant number because I still think it is possible. Cities do have special elections. However, if you're trying to save money, it's always wiser to hold them in the even year election cycle because that's when a lot more cities are holding municipal elections. And the more agencies that are in an election, actually the lower the cost for each agency because it's less work for the county to have more than to have less agencies to work with.
But it would be like just bread box type, you know, are we talking 20,000, 100,000?
Well, for
You know,
instance,
it's-
this previous election in November, we just received the invoice from the county ROV. It was about $99,000 to have the election. That was just for council seats. So a ballot measure is a different animal because then they have to prepare the materials for the ballot measure. However, I don't expect it to be an additional 99,000. It would probably be lower than that. But again, I can't give an exact figure
Right.
because the fees are set by the county.
But yeah, okay,
But that gives an
that's
idea
helpful.
for how
Yeah.
many
100-ish is
yes,
what you
right.
were. Yeah. Okay.
And that was for council included seats.
And to just observe one other dynamic, which is we'd likely have much higher turnout in an even year election. And I think putting a question like this to the voters in an odd year could lend itself to a small group of people hijacking the question in that election that a lot of people weren't paying attention to. It's a hypothetical, I don't know. But.
Okay, a couple of us need to take a quick bio break. So we're going to go 5 minutes.
Wake up. What's that? Oh, it's a ghost toast. Oh, they're all. No, I'm good. How you doing, Steve?
Oh, doing okay. Kind of tired. Yeah, I know.
So what organizations are you volunteering with now?
Oh. Well, I'm president of Californians for Electoral Reform, like I said. We work with the California Ranked Choice Voting Coalition. I'm most active with the with the County Democratic Party.
Cool. Still with that?
Still with them. Running for re-election of the state Democratic Party Central Committee.
Thanks.
How have you been?
Not too shabby. KBT still undergoing a lot of changes right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you want a Kit Kat? I would love a Kit Kat. Can I take two? You can. Thank you.
What's that? Halloween one?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, the pandemic kind of
It killed a lot, yeah.
killed a lot. So they were doing DTV by Zoom, but the chair of the party, Bill James, he was not as enthusiastic about it as Steve Kramer was. So I don't know, they did a few shows recorded over Zoom and then
Well, Loretta Beavers, who was directing it after, she's the one who most recently directed it, I think. Her and Keith Satsfield, they were both running it for a while. And they still come by the studio and they help out with other shows.
Well, does he still have Keith Explains?
He wants an audience and he hasn't really been able to get an audience. I mean, since the pandemic, and we moved, right? We moved to a different location.
Where are you located?
We're in the corner of like Middlefield and Old Middlefield.
Okay.
So we used to be on Middlefield, but now you go to the end of Middlefield and dead ends on Middlefield.
Yeah.
So right on the corner there.
So you're handling the video for this?
I love Cupertino. It's our jurisdiction. Gotta get back to work.
Take care.
Yeah, so, if nobody has any additional comments on term limits, what I would say to staff. If nobody has any additional, if none of my
I haven't given a
colleagues-
comment yet. I don't
Okay,
think that the
good,
vice mayor has
good,
either.
Good. Let's do that. Let's finish up our comments. Councilmember Flagger, Wine.
I think 8 years is enough. I would support term limits. If it's not cost prohibitive, it doesn't sound like it would be, I'd be okay doing it in an off-year election. Or if we want to wait and do it as part of a charter city, if we're going to go that way, that's fine too. With respect to the argument of the voters are going to want to know, how come we're not doing the important stuff? Why are we spending time on this? You can make that argument for anything. That argument has been made for just about anything, so I don't find that compelling. Yes, I recognize that there may be times where no one is stepping up to be a council member. And if someone has to be appointed, the pool is that much smaller because a former council member won't be eligible because they served for two terms. But having served for 4 plus just a little bit more, I firmly believe that 8 years is enough. When I'm done after 8 years, it's going to be time for the next generation to come up. And if no one in my district wants to step up, you just got to let it percolate a little bit, because it really is time after 8 years, I believe, for fresh ideas, fresh perspectives to take the place, even if a district has to sort of be taken that way, kicking and screaming.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And I also generally support term limits. My approach is a little bit different, however, where I think having a waiting period or cooling off period or whatever we refer to for 2 years just doesn't seem long enough. So I would be in favor, and I was asking the city attorney and city clerk on the break, if they understood why for most of these ballot languages, they use the word consecutive. And of course, Mr. Maginot explained that it's tied to the language we currently have for the office of the president. Because for me, if you serve one term and you take a break and you serve another term, those 8 years should count towards your total amount. And so I would be in favor of even dropping the word consecutive unless the city attorney tells us we need to have that word. And I would be in favor of having a total number of years as I talked with the city attorney for the lifetime of that person, and then putting a waiting period of 4 years. I mean, we saw that with Mountain View just this past election, where we have 2 former council members who were reelected, and they both took an 8-year break, right? Chris and so they've been off for a long time, and somehow the voters, they were interested in serving again, and the voters wanted them back, and so we have 2 council members, at least on the Mountain View Council, who are back, and sometimes there's value there. So I agree with term limits. I think we should work on language that doesn't bar people from serving down the road, but of course we shouldn't have unlimited number of years, unlimited number of terms. And I actually don't think 2 years is sufficient time for a break. I think it needs to be a longer break of at least 4 years. And to Councilmember Lang's point, I agree that to just go out in 2026 with a ballot measure solely related to term limits, regardless of the cost, I think we may get pushback from residents like, why are we, and why are we doing this? Is this so important when you have other things that you should be focused on? However, if we're going out on other things, so for example, the charter or other things that we could add it to, then I think that's a great opportunity to explore it. So I support looking into it. I don't know if there's anything we can do at the ordinance level, city attorney, because we adopted the measure passed, but then we adopted the ordinance, and I think it's the measure language plus the ordinance language, and I don't know if there's anything we can do in the short term with regards to the ordinance language to address some of the concerns we have right now.
No,
But
they tried that before when they said it was the policy or something, and it really didn't coincide with the ballot language. The language in the ballot would have had to say the city council may by ordinance change this. Otherwise, it reverts to the vote of the people have to change it. So we would have to vote on changing term limits.
Councilmember Lang.
Mike, I think I know the answer, but I want to ask the question explicitly. Suppose there's a person on the ballot in 2026 and a ballot measure about term limits, and the term limit that's being considered, if it were in effect, it would block the person who was running, but my guess would be that can't.
They apply prospectively, so I don't think it would apply, but
Right, so that it wouldn't, that they
always goes to the next.
They would be elected, and it wouldn't. You can't have something on the ballot that would block somebody that was elected in that
cut
election.
someone short, yeah.
That's what I would have thought, but I wanted to ask that.
Mr. Mayor, could I clarify, Vice Mayor? My comment was 106% speculation. I have no basis of fact for that comment.
Well, but it's been repeated, so it's now truth, right? It's been passed along, so it's no longer,
I posted it on X.
Are there more? Is there more commentary? I would.
Can I ask for clarification, Vice Mayor? You said well, I got confused because you gave an example where in Mountain View they sat out for 8 years and came back, not because they had to sit out for 8 years. I think it was four, right? And you were saying, and they added value. So, but you're supporting term limits.
So, but
an
a cap.
absolute 8 years.
No. So it would be, so for example, 10 or 12 years for your lifetime to serve on council, but it doesn't have to be consecutive. So an individual may not serve for more than 12 years on council. It doesn't have to be consecutive terms. And so you can serve, take a break, come back, and then we could even add language that, to between 2 consecutive terms. The 2-year part we'd have to work in, because I do think if an individual serves 2 consecutive terms of the 12 years, then they need to take at least 4 years break before they could do that additional 4 years. So that's how you get to 12.
That's okay. That's complicated. I hadn't understood that from what you.
And I just thought,
And does
that's how
that
I would
include
structure it.
appointed? I mean, there's so many permutations. I mean, if you're appointed for 2 years and then you run, so there's a lot of things. Go ahead, Mayor.
I can see that we have probably at least 3 of the 5 of us that support some changes to our term limits, and probably 4, and a 5th that may or may not be convinced. So
I have so many questions still.
yes, but that's certainly enough interest from this body to bring it back as an action item. Okay, and by the way, Councilmember Meadows, what is it that you just said? You're at a never mind. I do want to say one thing about the appointments. The language that I suggested excludes appointments. So if a future council deemed it appropriate to appoint somebody who had already fulfilled their term limit, that would be fine under the language that I've suggested, which neither promotes nor discourages that particular activity.
That's similar
so-
to the language that was adopted.
So Los Altos could have its own Charles de Gaulle if that's what the subsequent councils want to keep appointing.
And just to clarify, Mayor, the 12 years that I propose, for me, that would include any appointment. So you cannot serve, regardless if it's elected or appointed, more than 12 years on council.
So I have a question about process. It sounds like what's happening at this point is staff is going to propose language. The council will massage it and determine if we can come with a majority that approves of language. And then we will subsequently decide at what point we want to bring that to the voters, assuming we want to bring it to the voters. Is that correct?
That's not the process that I envision. The process that I envision is bringing it back, and there are questions that we've already pointed out that we would like staff to answer. We would like to understand the cost of putting it on the ballot in 25, the cost of putting it on the ballot in 26, separately from the charter or potentially with the charter. We would like to understand the legal implications for the language and the question of whether or not the move to districts has already somehow reset this. So those questions I think we would want to have answered. And then our deliberation would be about the term limit that we want to establish. And then the next step would be, once we've told staff, all right, our objective is to have nobody serve more than, 10 years or 12 or 8 or whatever we deliberate and come to, then we tell staff, go find the language that makes this legal. Does that make sense?
And once we have the language that makes it legal, when are we making the decision of putting it to the voters?
Then we have to vote on whether or not we want to put it on the ballot, right? But the first action item is to determine whether or not we want to make a change and what the change is. Then the language would come after that, and then we vote to put it on the ballot. And it could be on consent at that point, right? Because we've already acted on the issue, and we're only waiting for the legalese, right? So it could potentially be on consent even when it comes back that second time.
Well, I'm hearing.
Maybe if it's,
I think there's a lot of agreement in principle about term limits, but I'm hearing absolutely no consistency in what defines those term limits. We have 12 years, we have appointed and non-appointment, and 4 years in between. And, we each defined that principle differently. So I don't know what staff is supposed to do with
exactly.
that.
They can't do anything with that, right? They cannot come back and say, here's our proposed language, because they don't know what the proposed term limit is. The next deliberation, when it's an action item on our agenda, would be for us to determine, absent the legalese, but to determine in raw terms, what the term limits
I have a proposal.
Yes, please.
It may or may not be helpful, but if I would find it helpful as an informational item, which we wouldn't have to discuss, to have that ballot language so we can read, because I still can't get, I mean, I understand, I take your word for it, but when I read this, I can't help but think that their intention was exactly where we're trying to go. And how did that ballot language get them somewhere? Did they end up somewhere with unintentional? So I would like to see, as an informational item, we don't need to discuss, and you've got it, what the impartial analysis, what was in that booklet in 1999 that they got to see.
I have
Yeah.
a 2012 memo that goes through all of this. And
okay.
So
that would be helpful.
it will be helpful because now that you're thinking about it, and it goes through the legislative history about all of it.
Yeah, that would be I would find that helpful.
All right, so let's include that in the staff report when we put this on the agenda as an action item to actually deliberate on what the term limit should be if we should make a change, right? Or maybe even sooner we get it. I mean, it's not hard to get, right? Yeah, it should be included in the staff report anyway, so the public can see it then, but we may want it prior to that.
Mayor, if I may, and just to follow up on Councilmember Meadows' point, I'm also curious, and Mr. Maginot, you have longevity here. I'm curious if any council member has ever served more than 2 terms in our history in Los Altos. So I wonder if people have been interpreting it the way it was drafted, because I actually have heard that no one has served more than 2 terms. Right. So I'm just curious if that's how we've been treating it. Practice. What am I thinking of, Jolie?
Well, except that we know that there's a former council member who's declared that they want to run again.
Well, I looked at the city attorney to come back because maybe how it's been interpreted and treated is exactly how it's drafted in this language in the packet.
In the past, I think, I'm trying to think is why this memo was drafted, but there were lots of questions about it. So I put together this whole legislative history and spent a lot of time figuring out what happened when and repealed one of the ordinance that set it as a policy. But there was a council member that resigned after 2 years, Kurt something or other, and then the council interviewed people and they appointed Lou Becker. And Lou Becker had been off 2 years, so they could appoint him to fill those last 2 years.
So it was an appointment.
Through an appointment,
Right.
yeah.
And the language actually considers that. So I'm curious. I'm sorry, Mayor, just thinking through what the city attorney said. So we have this language that I agree with council members. It's pretty clear what it says. Remind us where the language is about the 2-year break, because as we know, councils can always take exception to policies. And we can always change the policy. Where does it talk about the 2-year break?
In the city attorney's impartial analysis, which is recognized by courts.
We're going to get a second opinion?
I mean,
we can.
I think it's pretty clear there. It says
I know
consecutive.
that
That's
when
the plain
you
language.
go to court on interpreting ballot measures,
Look at the history.
The city attorney's impartial analysis is very critical too.
Yeah. And that was based on the discussion that took place when they were putting the measure on the ballot. And just the last thing, Mayor, I just want to reiterate the point that I think Councilmember Lang and I made, which is I am uneasy about, I'm fine with the direction tonight, but I'm uneasy about moving forward if the only thing that we'd be putting on a ballot is the term limit change.
Yeah, I understand. And we've heard from another council member who's fine with that, and that'll be one of the things that we have to more or less vote on. Yeah. So for staff, there were a few questions as to cost, as to legal ramifications of districting relative to the existing term limit statute and so forth. We'd like to get those answered. I will work with the city manager and we'll bring this back as an action item in the future, right? Yep. Okay, now, charter cities. we're not deliberating over whether or not we want to be a charter city right this moment, nor are we deliberating over what the charter would look like. Our job right now is to decide whether we want to continue exploring it and give guidance to staff as to what they should bring back to make the next round of deliberation more effective. So what I would like from my colleagues is to articulate succinctly what you need to deliberate on it as an action item. And I'll start with Weinberg.
Thank you. I'd actually like to put the vice mayor on the spot. Earlier tonight, you mentioned that you're aware of cities that started going down this road and then they pulled back. I'm curious, what do you know why they pulled back? What were some of the reasons that they pulled back?
I mean, one easy example is our neighbor up the hills. They explored it and decided not to pursue a charter city. And I'd prefer to have, as opposed to word of mouth, have our city manager maybe talk with their city manager to get more information about what happened there. But they were pursuing it. I know it was related to housing, and then they decided not to. And there are other examples of cities where after a lot of the state legislation had passed, they started looking into charter cities and for whatever reason decided not to. And I think it's the analysis of the drawback and the downside of moving to a charter city, why some of these cities will decide, we're not going to go in that direction. So I do think it's worth directing staff, and I think we've already said that, to get more information and maybe talking with their colleagues on other councils, why they decided, what was the analysis done, why they decided not to move forward with charter cities.
Yeah, I'd love to hear that too, but my understanding already is that in most of these cases, and in particularly the case in the Hills, it was basically it was a push for local control. It was a NIMBY policy initiative that wasn't going to deliver the results that they wanted, so they said no.
So we certainly haven't done a scientific survey. Anecdotally, many cities that were considering it found there was a new state law that required the charter to go at general elections statewide, even years, and they did not have time to make the ballot that they wished to proceed on. I think some cities did pull back based on the analysis, but a lot of the cities we've talked to, the timing was problematic. They, for whatever reason, wanted to go earlier, maybe to avoid something that was coming down the road, but when they found out that they had to go at the presidential, or statewide even number years, they pulled back.
I think Menlo Park pulled back their charter at the very last minute, right before it was going to go on the ballot. I remember seeing some articles or something about that, and they were going to do it so they wouldn't go to districts, and then there was this backlash of districts will help minorities get elected in Menlo Park, and they pulled it. You put it on the ballot on August 8th or 10th, and they had a special meeting like on the 6th. I mean, it was right at the last minute. So, that's the only one I know. And then the other ones where people, I remember seeing some articles where people were trying to do the home rule for local land use early summer, and they realized they couldn't make the hearings and all that requirement to get it on November 4th, 2024.
Yes.
So from our discussion, let me see if I can distill. What I think I heard is that we are interested in more information on ranked choice voting that perhaps doesn't postulate on the good graces of Mr. Shankman. And also, what was the other one? Now it's getting late and I'm...
the real estate transfer tax, but that's going to be under the separate agenda.
Tax capability and the unintended consequences. So we want to know the two reasons why we might do it, and then what we might trip into by doing it, and the likelihood of being successful in those two reasons that we think. That's how I would sum what I think we've said over the last. And Councilmember Lang has a
Yeah, Sally, I think that's pretty well said. Larry, you've got something to add?
I have an opinion, and I'm going to share it. I think Mr. Chesson made a point that really crystallized something I was thinking about with this, and I appreciate it, which is, because I was thinking about it differently, but I think it's the same point, which is, if we go forward and say, we're going to make this a charter city, we propose you should do that, voters, right? The logical voter is going to go, why? Why? Right? And that should not be a long bullet list, right? I've done enough selling in my life that you should be an elevator pitch, right? I'm ranked choice voting curious, I'll say, but I'm not sure that the time would be ripe for me to support making the charter change now for that, right? What we're hearing is, best case, the county's ready to execute an election like that in 2028, best case. And honestly, I'm not sure the city has, the residents of the city have the appetite to be the prow of the icebreaker on doing that. So I'm not sure. I feel like if our selling point was ranked choice voting, I would be feeling that it's not ripe right now. It's not the time. So for me personally, the only selling point that I would embrace right now, not forever, but for now, would be if we realized that the only way we could fund our public safety improvements was through a transfer tax, and the only way to get there was a charter city, because that would be an explanation that we put there. I would still be concerned, though, because my feeling is that this goes on the ballot, we are opening up a Pandora's box of YIMBY-NIMBY rhetoric, the likes of which we have not, right? And a lot of misinformation, right? Because I think the charter city fools some people into thinking that they're going to become Sparta and be immune from state law. And when I think about all the energy we would have to, well, the friends of would have to put into dispelling that, right? I just, the only reason that I could support considering a charter city now, a couple of years, I'm curious, but now would be the transfer tax motivation. Otherwise, I'd say, no, not right now. My opinion, as of right now, it's a complicated subject. I'm still learning, but figured it's worth putting out an opinion.
Sure.
I agree with you 100% on everything you said. I actually think we made the choice to go to districts. We voted to go to districts. I think the CVRA is well motivated, may not in practice deliver the results that it was intended to deliver, but my own position is that having told the public that we're going to districts and having voted to go to districts and having drawn maps, we need a couple of cycles in districts before we jettison that.
And to underline that, there's no scenario where we avoid a district election in 2026.
Correct.
That will be a district election.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So like you, I am ranked choice curious. I am open to a narrow charter specifically to fund our public safety needs because there's no higher calling for us. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll be quick. I come at this from a different direction, which is I support pursuing a public safety infrastructure funding source. I support figuring out if there's a way for us to get out of district elections. So that's where I am, right? And so then it's figuring out how do we get there? And if charter is not the only solution, I know we talked about a legislative fix with regards to the districting, and I know we looked at maybe other forms of voting, short of ranked choice voting. So what I don't want to lose sight of is what I think majority or all council members are saying and have said over the last year, the previous council as well, where we support public safety infrastructure staff, help us get there. We don't like districting, help us figure out if there's a way to get out of it. So I am not pro charter city necessarily, I just need to better understand what are the options to help us achieve these two priorities of the council.
So I completely agree with what the vice mayor said. I also want to add that I was the one who asked the question about that $55 per, whatever the very, very low fee is, documented property tax, whatever. The last that they looked at that was in 67, sorry, 67. It was sort of like the pay scales for city councils. It's, it's been that long. So is there a legislative fix for that?
So I think the answer is no, there is not going to be a legislature in the near future that is going to want to look at it. Remember, real estate prices in Los Altos are skewing what we're thinking.
Yeah.
A 55 cent or a $1.10 documentary transfer tax in many communities in California is extremely burdensome and does have the effect of depressing the sale of real estate. I don't think that would be true in Los Altos, but I think in the vast majority of the state, there is not the political will to change it because there is a legitimate concern by the real estate market and by real estate professionals that is going to depress the market and make it even more difficult for people to be able to sell.
To answer your earlier question about Silvar, I don't speak for them, but I was endorsed by them. And before they endorsed me, they specifically asked me if I would support this kind of a tax. And I said, I don't have any plans at this time to support it, but I am not ruling out any future options.
I expressly told them that I would support it, and I did get their support, but that was the PAC support. When the realtors of Los Altos start talking about this and they start moving from the ground up into the leadership, things like that can change. I'm just saying it's something out there that we need to be aware of. Getting back to the issue of a charter city, I personally, at this point, I'm very nervous about unintended consequences, but I do think that a DTT increase could be the best solution to us being able to get a new police station. So if the process pans out, I would probably support going to a charter city for that purpose. I'm getting less and less curious about ranked choice voting every single day. I don't think it's something that residents are all that, frankly, interested in if it's not going to get us out of being in districts. So I am cautiously willing to move forward on a charter city discussion if it's a part of a DTT. I don't think that at this point, I don't think that I would support it for any other purpose. I like our housing element. I worry about some of the horror stories that Assistant City Manager Zorn said earlier. I think that the makeup of a future council is going to be much different because political pendulums swing. And if we're putting a tool out there that could be used to make things more difficult and stop the city from making progress on some of the housing goals that we've established, it's going to lead to bigger problems.
Yeah, I agree with you. So, and I'll come back to you if you need to say more, council member. But right now, the three of us have said we support investigating a charter city exclusively based on its potential to get us a new police station. My colleagues have said that also matters to them and they're interested in doing that, but they have the additional interest in the implications for districting and ranked choice voting. So we're asking staff to come back with a report that identifies the interplay with districting and with ranked choice voting, and to understand the potential unintended consequences and do a little bit of a, as I said, SWOT analysis. I'd really like to understand what are the strengths of being a charter, what are the weaknesses, what are our threats. All right? We know what the opportunity is. We've identified the opportunity that we care the most about and the second opportunity that we also care about, but we've got three of us very much in favor of considering the funding prospects. Yeah. We all are. We are. Nobody's not interested in the funding prospects. We have 2 council members who are also interested in ranked choice voting, and we have 3, please.
Let me,
Please,
I,
do it
I
for
never
yourself.
said that.
I want you to.
So let me just clarify for the record. What I said was the goal here is for us to see if we can avoid moving to districting election or pivoting out of districting election after 2 years. If the only path to do that is a charter city and what that looks like, there are other forms of voting, not just ranked choice voting, that we could explore. In no way am I advocating to do that form of voting or supportive of it.
That's fair. We still have a situation where 3 of us are willing to consider charter city solely based on its role in funding the police station, right? So, yes, yes, but as
it's like improv. Yes,
Okay.
and.
Give me the floor, okay? It's not necessarily and because we're asking for a staff report, and we are asking to put something back on the agenda and make it an action item. And so the question of whether or not we even bring the issue of, potentially getting out of districts through a charter city, the issue of continuing to discuss that is what I want to get a determination on right now. And I'm saying there's 3 of us that don't want to go in that direction.
See, that's very helpful. So just to clarify, I think I'm just hearing you.
Yeah.
So you're saying the 3 council members and Councilmember Meadows, as you will and should speak for yourself, but what I'm hearing from the mayor is there are 3 council members who are saying they don't even want to explore moving to a charter city in order for us to move from district elections. Is that correct? You have ruled that out.
If I could put some nuance to that.
Okay.
I don't think it's ripe, right? I wouldn't want to do it now. I think at some point in the future, because I agree with the goal, I would put it in a more positive way, rather than saying I try to get away from districts per se, is I want to go back to a thing that better enfranchises the residents to have a broader say of what goes in the community, which I'm worried that we're losing in districting. And if there was a path to get through there, I'd be up for that.
But that's what I said.
We're also saying
Except,
we're,
but
we're
what
also
I'm
saying
what
we
I'm saying
want to
is,
do this in 2025
if we
it'll fund
found
the police
another
station.
way to fund the police station now, my interest in pursuing Charter City now would go to about 0.
So I agree 100% with what Councilmember Lang said. It's not saying that, he's just saying it's not ripe with regards to districting, which I agree. I'm fine with that because the earliest it would be is 2028. So that makes a lot of sense. So I support that.
So our guidance is come back to us about potentially using the charter as a mechanism to fund the police station and put it on the ballot in 2025. If we don't choose to do that, that doesn't preclude us from looking at 2026. No, it can be 2025.
Charter
Charter
cannot.
Charter can't. Sorry, you're right. The term limits could be 2025. Charter can't be until 2026. So I still am where I was. We just made the move to districts. We haven't even had a district election yet. And I don't think it's appropriate to move away from that yet. But I am open to future considerations. Right.
We're totally on board with that.
So for now, are we saying to staff, let's focus on the funding opportunities, and let's come back and look at ranked choice voting and getting out of districts if we have an appetite to do that a little bit later? Is that?
Well, for me, I don't have an appetite to do that unless the law changes so we know that it is a possible tool to get us out of district elections.
So it's not clear right now. One thing is clear. Ranked choice voting is at-large voting. It is not protected by the safe harbor in the law. Based on some of the examples that we've heard, there may be some wiggle room. That's not enough for me. That's not enough. I would want a clear, unequivocal, legal, ironclad understanding that ranked choice voting would indeed get us out of districting, and not just get us out of districting, but by the way, get us out of districting without making us have a great big lawsuit like Burbank or Malibu and all these other cities.
So, Mayor, can I attempt to what I'm hearing here? So I think we're all on the same page with regards to the public safety infrastructure. It sounds like with regards to districting, we're all saying let's put a pause with regards to exploring the charter city option. And I don't think any of us has really taken a position on whether or not we're in favor or opposed to ranked choice voting or any other proportional voting. So we'll put a pause on pursuing the charter city with regards to districting. But is there support for staff to continue looking at a legislative fix with regards to districting? That is different.
Oh, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah,
so that's where we
different,
are
and
today.
it's not on our agenda right now, so we're not going to talk about that.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify. So I think we're all in agreement, Mayor. Put a pause on pursuing a charter city for districting and explore those three things with clear support for the transfer tax for the public safety infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. That was very well said. Anybody else have any last comments before we move on? Staff, do you have what you need, do you think?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay. The remaining two items, I believe, are just informational. And so, council and staff reports and directions on future agenda items. Do any of my colleagues have anything to report? Councilmember Meadows.
Oh, I was going to do future agenda items. Is that okay? That's fine. Okay. So, and all right. So I have two future agenda items, one of which you've already mentioned, and I think everyone probably has mentioned, is, given events in the LA area, we need to talk about fire safety, best practices, what we can do, how our LA can get involved. We need to do it. So that's one.
So would that simply be a part of our safety element discussion? I mean, does that need to be a separate item, or is that already incorporated in that?
I've talked with Chief Kurdlaw today. We're going to get a presentation for council, and then based on that presentation, we'll probably get future direction.
Okay.
Okay, and then my second item, and then I'll be done for the evening in many ways, is, so we went through the norms today. I would suggest we bring the accountability policy forward for some tidying up.
I'm your second on that. Anybody else want to bring the accountability policy forward? All right.
We've got
so
three.
We've got three on that. Nisa. All right.
Yeah, thank you.
And fourth and fifth, I think.
Nobody wants to be on the record as against accountability.
I've been trying to avoid accountability for a long time, but I guess there's no choice. Thank you, Councilmember Meadows. Vice Mayor, do you have anything to report or any future agenda items you would like to tee up?
I will be quick, just a quick Happy New Year to everybody. And I also want to thank you, Mayor, for your thoughtful and heartfelt comments at the beginning about the fires in LA and Southern California right now, because obviously our hearts go out to the families and individuals impacted. And we want to thank the service folks who are there working, round the clock, helping in every capacity they can. And so really our thoughts and prayers are with them. So thank you for opening our meeting with that. And I know you're going to end our meeting also in honor of what's happening. The only announcement I have has to do with the Cities Association has several openings for regional boards. The deadline to apply is January 26th. So I encourage my colleagues to please look at the list. We'd love to have Los Altos represented on those regional boards. So please, and the applications are due by January 26th. And if you need that email, I can have Shali send it again, but you all should have received that email. Thank you.
Councilmember Weinberg, do you have anything to report or future agenda item?
Go Buckeyes, national champs. Went to the Rose Bowl. That's my report for since our last meeting, and look, it's exciting.
Did you and Noah drive down?
Yes, we drove down, and my car broke down on Christmas Eve at about 6, 7 o'clock in the evening. outside of Bakersfield, and we had to get towed into town, and there were no car rental places that were open, so we had to take an Uber to Burbank. It was definitely father-son bonding. Noah has had to learn how to be a little more flexible in how things happen in life.
Now, if only there was a different team playing in the Rose Bowl. Councilmember Lang.
I'm a Duke guy, so my mind's turned on to college basketball, and I'll look forward to that. Yeah, nothing. I just, obviously underline the point about the
go
firefighters
ACC.
and so forth. I think that's top of mind for all of us, but I'm not sure that anyone is listening anymore. So,
All right, I've got nothing to report. I do have a future agenda item. I would like to, at our earliest possible opportunity, take up the Parks and Recreation, Arts and Culture Commission. We need to review their fidelity to their work plan and effectiveness as a commission.
I'll second that.
I'll third that.
And this would be an action item because we will contemplate some changes to the commission. Okay. And with that, we are going to adjourn in honor of the first responders that are working long shifts. And I just want to remind folks, and I know this firsthand because I have friends that have been in this position. Many of them are fighting fires while their own homes have been destroyed. They are trying to save their neighbors' homes. They're trying to save their community, even though their spouses have their kids and animals in their car and they're looking for a place to stay. And I just can't emphasize enough how something like this doesn't just turn the lives of those who've lost their homes upside down. It absolutely is devastating in so many ways to everybody else who's involved. So we are adjourning in their honor tonight.